we get to see it, huh? Thank you. We'll be getting started in just a few minutes. So if you can begin taking your seats, please. They really get okay. We're all in our places. Good afternoon. We provide opportunities for public speaking at this time to address the board on matters that are not on today's agenda. Ms. Ward, do we have anyone else in addition to the ones that are on the blue sheet? You do? Okay, if you bring those over, I will go ahead and get started. I'm going to call up the first people that are listed here. And we have Donna Tennis, Catherine Rhodes, James Lucia, Becky McCarthy, Terry Pesta, Ethel Larkin, and Aaron Nicholas. If you would come up and give us just a minute here, we'll get you started. And
are you ready? Do I have to say my address? We still do that. My name is Donna Tennis. I live at 5507 Carmen Street, 92105. Good afternoon to the members of the school board and Dr. Greer. After working in this district for over 16 years, I feel compelled to say that we are again headed in the wrong direction. Sadly, it seems like a pattern is emerging. Decisions are made without thorough planning and with no clear idea of their ramifications in the future. Dr. Greer visited our site on May 1st and informed us of his idea to turn one of our campuses into a high school for local students. In order to do this, our student body would change from its current preschool through 6th grade configuration into a K-5 campus on the Emerson property. We as a staff requested his proposal in writing and heard back from him a week or so later. Imagine our surprise when some district personnel attended our June 1st staff meeting informing us that this proposal was ready to go to the board the very next day. The agenda item was carefully embedded within the small schools closure issue, which came across your table last Tuesday. Our community hasn't been consulted, and we were not given time to prepare a response. Our school has 731 students. And most importantly, our classroom teachers had started testing that very day. Aside from the devious way this proposal was slipped to the school board, I will reiterate a few main concerns. This is a very expensive conversion of a strictly primary campus, which, by the way, part of the plan includes the preschool population being on the campus while the reconstruction is occurring. And that's 140 students daily in our preschool population. Many of our current classrooms on the Emerson campus are old, run-down bungalows, and most of the permanent buildings are ancient. Rebuild the school properly if we are going to make a change as drastic as this. What about room for the support staff to have their resource or second language groups, or room for growth at the new Emerson K-5 campus? Has any impact studies been done at Memorial in order to accommodate our the potential of losing our 6th graders to that campus? Many more questions remain rather than answers. Although we were relieved, as were the other schools, that you decided not to close our site. We would like this idea to be removed from the small schools closure list. If we are going to change the population of our site, then our concerns would need to be addressed, as well as all the stakeholders being involved in the conversations. This top-down climate ruins my confidence in the elected officials on the school board. I have no trust in the superintendent and his management team because I feel like they said one thing and did another. I am one of the growing number of teachers who are starting to believe that the school board will go along with whatever the superintendent dreams up. Thank you.
Catherine Rhodes. James Lucey. Okay. Becky McCarty. Okay.
Becky McCarty, I live at 2231 August Court, San Diego 92110. Good evening, board members. I come today to speak up both as a parent and a teacher in San Diego Unified. My son, who is my youngest of 3 children, will be graduating from Escuela Longfellow on Monday, having attended K through 8. He is now bilingual. He will be attending Claremont High, and you have our deepest appreciation that he will play freshman football this fall, as well as other sports. Thank you for that. I work as an elementary PE prep time teacher at present. I have a BS in Child Development, multiple subjects credential, a supplementary PE credential, and a master's in educational administration. I have worked in and out of the classroom for 27 years, and I've been a parent for 24 years. I could tell many stories of different natures, but I have only 2 minutes. Here's my read. San Diego Unified is in dire need of a leader who can focus on preserving and enhancing relationships and accomplishing results. And bottom line is that the divisive, deceptive, and non-collaborative policies of this present administration are not conducive to the best learning and development of the whole child. Please know that some outside sources are stating that our dropout rates are presently at an all-time high of 48% in California. Regardless, the time to act is now. The time to change is now. We need community input to change our system in place and in order to ensure that our students receive the best education possible. Top-down management does not work. Please learn from past mistakes. The best idea for a new progressive educational program can only occur when the cooperative, synergistic climate is created. We need a new leader that knows that solid Piagetian and Erikson theory allows children who are 4 and 5 years old to develop their pre-reading brains and bodies through movement and play. This is developmentally appropriate. Children ages 6 through 18 of age need physical education daily for brain development and academic enhancement. There is solid scientific evidence to support this. Teachers need to be supported. Seeing valuable, wise, professional teachers being harassed over and over again by administrators must be stopped. Teachers need to feel the freedom to once again be creative. And having classroom aides cut 15 years or so ago was the single worst thing that affected daily learning. How about cutting out all of the Burson and Greer-created supervisorial positions? These are never put on any budget cut lists. Our scores were higher without them in existence. Please take the time to sit back and look at things with a different perspective. Change our current regime. Take drastic action because our children truly need it. Thank you.
Terry Pesta, Ethel Larkin, Aaron Nichols.
Good evening, Terry Pesta, 7465 Minerva Drive. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here again to talk about the magnet program at Valencia Park Elementary School. We were here several meetings ago, and we're still confused as to what is actually happening with the Valencia Park program. If you look at the documents from your April 27th board meeting, it says that the Valencia Park magnet was being phased out. Now, that was a complete surprise to all of us. We were never given any warning. In fact, those of us from our school who were at that meeting did not even realize that was on the agenda. They thought that they were only there to hear about the busing. And they were thankful at the end of the night that the busing was saved. But then lo and behold, when we read the board documents the next day, turns out our magnet was being phased out. So, of course, everyone was upset at our school. The next week, though, we had visitors from the magnet department, and they assured us that, no, your magnet's not being phased out. In fact, we want to work to strengthen your magnet. But if you look at the documents, our funding has gone per pupil to this current year, $799 per pupil, down to $333 per pupil next year. That's a cut of about $470 per pupil. Now, we understand you have tough times, you have to make tough decisions. And if this was across the board to all the magnet schools, we could kind of understand it. But then, not to pick on any one school, but then we see that Crown Point, for example, their magnet funding actually went up. They were $2,147 per student. Now they're going to be up to $2,283 per student, a rise of $130 per student. But the most distressing, so then we were told, no, our magnet's not being phased out. Then our principal said, well, yeah, we lost all this funding, we have to cut, we'll only be able to have one magnet teacher next year instead of our current 4. Okay, but then a couple of our staff members talked to Ms. Jackson at a board meeting several weeks ago, and she said, no, Valencia Park has not been voted on yet. And I've emailed all the board members, and it seems like none of you actually were aware of the huge cuts that were made to the Valencia Park program. So we're kind of fearful. It looks like you're voting on things without really realizing what you're voting on. And we think it's patently unfair that Valencia Park was singled out. It's a successful program. We've invited you many times to come out and see our wonderful programs. We've had successful students that have moved on to careers in the arts after coming to our school. And the parents are happy at our school. The students are happy. And it's a wonderful program, and it's discriminatory that our students are losing that wonderful program.
Good afternoon, President Jackson, Board, and Superintendent Greer. My name is Ethel Larkins. My address is 6341 Nancy Ridge, CSCA 724, Chapter President. I'm here to speak, actually what you have on your blue sheet, I'm changing the subject. I'm here to speak about, you guys have received a letter regarding Terry Cole. He's an automotive parts specialist, and we're asking that you rescind it, and I also want to share this letter with you. Where's Ms. Greer?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Erin Nichols?
Hi there, my name is Erin Nichols. I live at 867 Lehigh Avenue, Chula Vista, California. And I'm here to talk about the proposed 28 counseling positions. I have been with the district for 3 years by way of Oregon. I currently work at 3 elementary schools: Toller Elementary 2 days a week, Torrey Pines Elementary 1 day a week, and Whitman Elementary 2 days a week. I will be speaking tonight specifically about the challenges and successes regarding one of my schools, Whitman Elementary. Whitman is located in Claremont off of Balboa. Currently, we have 10 classes geared to students who receive special education services, which include deaf and hard of hearing, an ILS class, speech and intensive language classes. Our student population is about 335. I am on campus currently 2 days a week. For the past 4 years, Whitman has not had a counselor on staff. I have spent my school year starting to implement a true comprehensive counseling program for every student on campus, which includes classroom guidance lessons, small group work tackling issues such as anger management, divorce, grief and loss issues, and addressing attendance, which has been a great focus for us this year. After implementing our program, we raised an overall attendance of only 3%, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it took us from 95% starting at the beginning of the year to 98% at the end, which is about 11 more kids in the school classrooms at the end of the year on average. I've worked hard at supporting teachers, which in turn helps support student achievement. I put out a staff survey this year to look at my program's strengths and weaknesses. As a result of this survey, it was found that our staff really felt strongly about starting a school-wide positive behavior support program, which this board has adopted and stated that it is an important program to implement district-wide. We contacted Roxy Jackson, and we currently have a team in place to start this upcoming school year. Our hope is that Whitman will be a pilot school. My question to the board is this: with cutting elementary school counseling positions, the ratios would go back to the old contract ratios, which means that I would be at Whitman 1 day a week instead of the proposed 2.5 days. How can we effectively implement the district wishes of having a safe and civil school campus if the counseling supports are not there? Another question would be, the district has a goal in regards to how students receive special education services, which includes students receiving more services within the general education classroom, which is a great idea in theory. My belief is that the classroom teachers are going to need more supports, not less, specifically regarding behavioral interventions, which counselors are trained in. These are hard times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Lant. Gayleen Davis. Francis Firo. Cindy Grossman.
Hi, my name is Mike Lands, 9236 Lake Hill in Santee. Good evening, board members. I'm speaking to you tonight concerned with how information is given to the board. I've been in the district for 33 years. I have the experience of seeing different things that have happened within my department. And the leaders are given the information and short notices to this board. I see it repeatedly happening on the 11th hour. The board's faced to make the decisions, quick decisions that are very important, and some of these decisions are made that have drastic effects to employees in this district. Also, it affects the district itself, and money-wise and everything else. Communication between leaders and workers, I feel it's failed. This district, we don't have the leaders talking to the workers, and we're not finding out the major items like cuts in jobs and reorganization at board. We're finding these out at the board meetings. We're not being talked to. We're not being told. Some of the members out here have been finding out that they were going to be cut on the day that the board meeting was going to happen, and I think that's poor. That's poor information given out to us. And also, you don't have to hire consultants at $70,000, $100,000 each time. We are consultants. The workers here are the consultants. Talk to us. It's a lot cheaper and better investment in the future, because we are the future and we want the ability to improve the schools because it's our future. I'm not asking a whole lot. I'm just asking the board to listen to what the workers have to say and visit our sites before you make these drastic decisions. They come before you at the 11th hour. Why don't they give them to you before so you can come out and visit and actually see it? Thank you, Mr. Barrera. You did come out and see the warehouse. I do appreciate it very much. I hope all the rest of you members come out and take a look and see exactly what we do. See the free things that we do for the board. We save you money all the time. And we just want to know, we want to have the chance to be your consultants. Quit spending your money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gayleen Davis, 1143 Napa Avenue, Chula Vista, 91911. And I want to make this short and sweet. First, I want to thank President Jackson for your thoughtful attention to the concerns of the Valencia Park community members at last night's cluster meeting. And I want to just share a short story. A student came to our dance studio the other day to visit. That happens a lot to us. Students from the past come back to visit us. And he came to our school in 4th grade. By 5th grade, he was in our dance production show, and we spotted him out as being someone who had a lot of potential. Now he is a student at CPMA, and tomorrow night and Thursday night he's going to be performing, and he even had the opportunity to do a student choreography. When we said we were happy that he came now because we might not be there next year for him to say hi to us, he said, "No, that can't be. I got my start at Valencia Park." And I said, "Well, you need to come to the board and tell them how much it meant to you getting your start at our school." He auditioned, is in an advanced class now at CPMA, and his aunt told me today that he is probably going to end up being a performer somewhere in New York someday, an outstanding student and performer, and I just wanted to share that story with you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Francis Fierro, Chapter President for the OTBS Office Technical Business Services. I'm here to address school clerical formula that we had discussed a while back. We've had a lot of interaction with that, and we see that you're really working on it with us as far as putting the key essential people at the schools to get the school off started and get it rolling. I'm having a bit of a disappointing afternoon today. I got an email from one person. I got approached by another person in the lobby. Same thing is occurring to them. These are school clerk ones at an elementary school. These are key essential positions that we were told were going to remain full-time as they are now. Now we're hearing they're being cut in half. And they're being told today to make a decision, because if not, they're going to be excessed. This is what the administrators are telling some of our people. I got this, I directed it this afternoon at a meeting that we had, and it was supposed to be addressed. But as I come in today, I'm approached by other people, and I can just imagine by tomorrow morning what I will have on my email or phone calls that I'll be receiving. This is not appropriate. School clerks do registration, enrollment, CUME folders, attendance, records, data. We support. We do nurse care when the nurse is out. That's in our job descriptions. Even though we don't like doing first aid because we feel incompetent sometimes when a child has a seizure and we don't know what to do sometimes. But we can take care of children just like everyone else who's a parent. Take their temperature, that kind of thing. First aid to us is very minor. But we're there all day, and we are the backbone of that school. And for us to be told that we're now being cut to 4 hours and make a decision tomorrow, that's inappropriate and unprofessional. And I hope you address this with your administrators, because it is coming across in that fashion to our members. Thank you.
Superintendent.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Grossman. I'm the program supervisor of the SANDAP program, and I'm here today to highlight SANDAP successes, to provide you information about the governor's proposal to eliminate the AFLP and the CalEarn funding, and to also ask for your support to help us prevent these eliminations. SANDAP serves over 1,700 students annually with a current waiting list of 200 youth. In the past 3 days, we received 17 new referrals. 3 of these youth were 14 years old, and another 3 were 15. We are second highest in the state, only to Los Angeles County, of serving youth 14 years and younger, with the highest number of those students in our program. In line with our department's SMART goals, SANDAP staff have been working very, very hard with pregnant and parenting youth to help them stay in school and/or enroll in school. There were 289 pregnant and parenting youth who were not enrolled in school when they entered our program in fiscal year 07-08. Looking at follow-ups conducted with these 289 students between July 1, 07 and today, 116 of those students have entered school. If we were to calculate the ADA to school districts throughout the county using San Diego Unified's ADA rate, it is estimated that these students who enrolled in school during their involvement with supportive AFLP services result in an additional daily increase of $3,756, or $676,094 annually to our district schools. In addition, on June 18th, we will honor 183 SANDAP graduates. This represents a 50% increase in the number of graduates over last year, and we're very, very proud of that work. It is also important that I highlight to you the national average for repeat birth rate of pregnant and parenting youth is currently at 17.5%. In the statewide AFLP programs, there's 47 programs across the state. The statewide average is 5%. Here in San Diego, in our AFLP program, our rate is under 3%. As you know, the governor has proposed to eliminate the funding that supports the SANDAP program. We learned today that the Budget Committee had a 20-minute discussion in their committee meeting, and they did not make a decision to eliminate the funding at this time. Instead, they have requested additional information, and no date has been given for when this will be heard again. Your advocacy on behalf of the pregnant and parenting students throughout San Diego County and on behalf of the San Diego Adolescent Pregnancy and Parenting Program, SANDAP, is critical to the survival of services to pregnant and parenting youth and their children, the future students of this school district. Please help them by contacting local senators to help express your support for the AFLP funding and the CalLearn funding. If you need any further additional information, I'm happy to provide that to you. Thank you very much.
Cindy?
I want to make sure that I heard you right, and I think I did, but these young ladies bring in ADA. That is, they bring in the same amount of money per person as any other student.
Yes.
In addition, they get support from the state funds for the program.
Correct.
Is the program equal to the total of the two, or is it? Are we actually getting ADA that could support the program without the state support?
If the students are attending school, then you would get the ADA without our support. The challenge is that when pregnant and parenting teens are not getting the support, the dropout rate significantly increases.
So basically that money is outreach money that brings them into school and then makes the program viable because you have enough kids.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Clara Cho Hasingawa. Hope it's close, Clara. Sylvia Alvarez, Norma Heather, and Hazel Sanchez. And that'll close out our public comments for this time.
My name is Clara Jo Hayashigawa, 12560 Pathos Lane. I am currently an elementary district counselor who has been working for the district for the last 21 years, and I'm very proud to be one. Today, actually, I'm here to celebrate one of the elementary school program success. I'm not here to complain, but I wanted to really highlight the elementary counselors' key role in one of the early intervention and prevention program through Early Mental Health Initiative Project, in acronym EMI. The board members and superintendent has received my chart, and so I may sometimes refer to that. I just wanted to point out that San Diego Unified School District's elementary counseling program's existence in 1980s created this wonderful state initiative under Assembly Bill 1650 in 1992. So since then, our program has grown to the largest in the state, and that's what we are going to celebrate because of the district support also for elementary counseling in the last 20-30 years. This program success definitely needs to be highlighted to continue and maintain the adequate elementary school counselors' time at every elementary school. Unfortunately, because about 30 elementary schools did not have any elementary school counselors in the last 2 years, we were not able to include any of those elementary schools in this project. As you see in the chart, Emmy program history, in 1992, we started with 10 schools. Currently, we reached to the largest in the state as 29 schools, and we as a group bring in, this current year alone, $1.2 million out of the entire $15 million state funding. So we are able to support the students with mild to moderate school adjustment difficulties, kindergarten through third graders, at this time, about 1,500 students. One of the chart you see on your paper is statistically significant changes in the children participants' adjustment ratings. So this improvement definitely means children's investment in school success demonstrated by higher attendance and test scores. So this is truly an cost savings for the state and the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Greer, President Jackson, the board. My name is Sylvia Alvarez. My address is on file. I'm speaking to you today as the face of one of the case managers that works for the SANDAP program, which is a part of adolescent family life. I've been there 18 years. I started at SANDAP, I believe, when Mr. DeBeck was still at Garfield, and Garfield was at its old site. I want to dispel some of the stereotypes, maybe that to anyone, not just the board, anyone that may have these ideas that all these teens are running around carelessly, getting pregnant without a thought. That's not true. They don't all live south of Highway 8. That is not true. They are often, yes, sometimes they do make poor choices, but oftentimes it wasn't a choice for them to be pregnant. Some of them are crime victims. Maybe both their parents are working 2 jobs and not at home being able to supervise. There are many, many situations that get them to this point, but it's a case manager who gets them to that school appointment when the parent's working. It's a case manager who gets them to the food bank if nobody has any food. It's a case manager who calls and goes to the Medi-Cal office with them, or calls the doctor's office and says, yes, I know this teen, and yes, I know this baby's sick. Can you treat her? I know her Medi-Cal. I could talk to you 25 minutes just on minimal things. But we're saving, we really are saving. We've had babies die. We've had parents die. But our focus is to get them in school, make them independent, make their babies healthy. And this wouldn't happen without this program that I've worked in for 18 years. And yes, it is my job. But I'm speaking to you today passionately because it's about our youth and what's going to happen to them or their babies. Please help us in any way you can. Thank you.
Norma Heater, 12899 Camino Ramalete, San Diego, California, 92128. Members of the Board of Education and Superintendent Greer, my name is Norma Heater. I am president of San Diego Education Association, retired. I'm here with the other members of our SDEA retired executive committee in regard to the 2% fee that this school board approved to be added to the health care premiums of your retired employees. We realize that the school board deals with a multitude of issues, and because of that, perhaps you may not be aware of the impacts of this imposed 2% fee. The 2% fee was unilaterally imposed on all present and future retirees without taking the issue to the bargaining table nor to the district SDEA Joint Health and Welfare Committee. In addition, there's nothing in the language in the contract between the San Diego Unified School District and SDEA, nor in its history, to support that there was any intent by the parties to include a fee on these premiums. Retirees, current and future, have not been notified of this imposed fee, and it will be implemented in a little over 2 weeks, July 1st. Retired employees deserve this retiree service as part of their retirement. While 2% seems small to many in light of the economy, it impacts retirees on fixed incomes and older retirees whose buying power is greatly reduced even more. Retired non-certificated employees feel the impact due to their lower retirement pensions. The $370,000 that this service fee expects to generate is minuscule in the school district's budget, but it's not minuscule to retirees. We question what the real workload impact is on the district and how much of it is generated by in-house mishandling of retirees' paperwork and concerns. We are asking the school board to consider the points we've made, to further investigate the actual workload devoted to retirees, and to rescind this imposed fee on those folks who served the school district so well. If we can assist you in this matter, please feel free to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. DeBeck.
Yeah, I, like others on the board, I think, responded to emails about this that we didn't know anything about the 2% fee. So I guess the board needs a report telling us where it was generated. We're used to being blamed for actions. In this case, it might be an administrative action that we didn't authorize. It just happened. So
Dr. Greer,
I think we need to find that out.
Dr. Greer, can you respond for us, please?
Sure. If I'm not mistaken, this was included on the reduction list that you had, and we discussed it at one time, but I'd be glad for Sam to go over it with you again.
Board President?
Yes.
The 2% fee, the retirement medical trust fund and the premiums that go with it does require staff service to do this. It is not the issue, and as I've talked with my benefits manager, the issue is that for our retirees, and we understand the issue because I'm going to be one. The issue is again about the administration of the premiums and the staff time that is required to handle the premiums, to do the follow-up, to do all the pieces of work beyond the other types of work that they're responsible for doing. The 2% is, as I was explained to me, is a guideline 2% given by the federal government around handling of administrative cost. It wasn't an arbitrary 2%. If you would like more information, we'd be more than glad to provide this information to you in a written manner in a memo. Be more than glad to do that.
Please provide a written memo for us. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to go on the record. I remember it being on the budget and the decisions that we made, so I don't want to pass this off on staff. It was our decision.
Okay. Ms. Sanchez.
Hazel Sanchez, 3225 32nd Street, San Diego, California, 92104. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Terry Greer. As a single parent and an employee for the district for about 12 years, experienced in varied positions, I just received a verbal notice from the administrator at my school site that I had to make a decision today to be demoted or be X'd out at my school site. And I could be elsewhere with the education that I have and get a better pay, but I'm here for the children, and in the long run, I do have plans to be in the classroom. And the question is, if you're to get rid of my position, who are you going to replace me with maybe improperly trained employees? And basically, I do nursing duties. I was properly trained with the nurse, also with the data entry, Zangle. We are the backbone of the schools, but, I just think it was a little inconsiderate that I just found out verbally today and I had to make a decision today. And that's it.
Thank you very much. I'm calling this meeting to order with all members present. The Navy, the ROTC Color Guard from Patrick Henry High School will now present the colors. Please stand.
No, she's a health tech.
There's none?
Minus the color guard, we'll just do it.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see him not there. Okay.
I could say
I
right
pledge
face.
allegiance. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Thank you.
Please retire the colors. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheila Jackson, President of the Board. I would like to welcome all present today and call the June 9th regular meeting to order with all board members present. We hope the discussion and decisions you observe today will give you a better understanding and appreciation of the important part you play in setting the course of education in San Diego Unified School District. Agendas for today's meeting are available on both entryways to the auditorium and at the informational desk located at the press table and on the internet at www.sandy.net. In addition to the broadcast of our meeting on ITV and the live webcast, we are using Board Docs, the web-based program to enhance governance, reduce the amount of paper we generate, and provide for better communications with the public. My time is up. How about that? Thank you. Oh, that was a real short meeting. The board I was going to make it short today, but that made it really short. The board requests that those individuals with pagers and cell phones please turn them off or place them in a silent mode while you're in the auditorium. And that during the meeting, please enter and exit the auditorium using the door at the back or the door to my left in front of the press table. The board asks for your cooperation in complying with the fire code, which does not allow standing in the back of the room or in the aisles. We ask everyone to please be seated in the back of the room. Thank you very much. The board welcomes your comments in writing and doing public testimony. Public testimony request forms are located on the tables to my right, inside the front and back entrances to the auditorium. The board asks that speakers focus their comments on issues and not on individuals. Acceptance of public testimony requests are closed as each agenda item is called. Now discussion begins. Board members and the superintendent are interested in your comments, and staff will be responding to the issues we hear today. If you wish to address the board today and your name is not on the blue sheet and you have not already submitted a public request form, please complete a form and submit it to Ms. Ward. Speaker on the agenda items will be called to speak during the discussion of the agenda item. Agenda item testimony is limited to a maximum of 20 minutes per consent and or action item, allowing for a maximum of 10 minutes per opposing viewpoint, a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. No deferral of time is allowed. Non-agenda items were heard at 5 p.m. and will also be heard at the end of the meeting. Testimony is limited to a maximum of 15 minutes per item or 3 minutes per speaker. No deferral time is allowed. The board operates under the Roberts Rules of Order, which confer upon the governing body and the audience participation in proceeding in a civil and courteous manner. We have our students are getting ready for their graduation, so I'm going to ask, I think the principal for SCPA is here somewhere, if you come forward and introduce our presentations today. The students are coming in. Hello. This is SCPA, the principal. Please introduce yourself and your choir, please.
Hello and good evening, Board of Education members and President Jackson, Dr. Greer, and other members on the dais. I'm Mitzi Lizarraga, and I am the principal of the San Diego School of the Creative and Performing Arts. The Greeks said that music and astronomy were two sides of the same coin. Astronomy was seen as the study of relationships between observable, permanent, external objects, and music was seen as the study of relationships between invisible, internal, hidden objects. Music has a way to find the big, invisible pieces inside our hearts and souls and helps us figure out the position of things inside of us. SCPA, as a college preparatory arts magnet school, really prepares young people to make a sense of their lives. And this year, the class of 2009 students have been accepted into many impressive schools. And with us today are 9th through 12th grade students, of which there are 6 students who are in the class of 2009. They're going off to the New England Conservatory in Boston, Berklee College of Music. They're going off to San Francisco State, UCLA, Cal Poly Pomona, and Cal State Fullerton. And we have, so let's give them a round of applause, the class of 2009. SCPA has one of the highest graduation rates here in San Diego, and at this very moment, one of our students is a congressional page, 11th grader. She was appointed by the House Speaker, and we have a magnifying glass on our school, and that's okay because we have many success stories, and we also know that we have lots of things that we need to keep improving upon because we really want to make the best for our students. So without any further delay, I'd like to take a moment now to introduce to you R.C. House, one of our music instructors, who will introduce the first song.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here. My name is R.C. House, one of the choir instructors at SCPA. The first song is entitled Daemon Ponit Frautis, and it's a Latin piece by Georgi. And the second is My Soul's Been Anchored in the Lord by Moses Hogan.
Before I stay in hell one day, my soul's been anchored in the Lord. I'd sing and pray myself away. My soul's been anchored. My soul's been anchored. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. In the Lord. My soul's been anchored. Anchored in the Lord. In the Lord. In the Lord. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. My Lord. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. The Lord. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. I'll shout and pray, I'll never stop. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. Until I reach the mountain. My soul's been anchored. My soul's been anchored. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. In the Lord. My soul's been anchored. Anchored in the Lord. In the Lord. In the Lord. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. My Lord. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. Good Lord. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. Do you love Him? Oh yes. You love Him. Hallelujah. Do you love Him? Oh yes. God Almighty. Are you anchored? Are you anchored? Oh yes. Yes. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. Yes. Will you serve Him? Will you serve Him? Oh yes. Will you serve Him? Hallelujah. Will you serve Him? Oh yes. God Almighty. Are you anchored? Are you anchored? Oh yes. Yes. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. Hallelujah. Will you praise Him? Will you praise Him? Oh yes. Will you praise Him? Hallelujah. Will you praise Him? Oh yes. God Almighty. Are you anchored? Yes, I'm anchored. Lord, I'm anchored. Yes. Lord, I love you. Oh yes. Yes, I'll serve you. Oh yes. Lord, I praise you. Oh yes. Hallelujah. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. Almighty mind.
Takes me back to Clearwater, Florida.
Yeah, okay. That's the way we get our meeting started. All right, then. Do we need good now? Okay. Calm down, Sheila. All right. We will now move on to item C. Item in the C area are reports of closed session actions and the superintendent's informational report. Dr. Greer, please.
Thank you, President Jackson. I don't know, do we need to start with a big amen before we...
Absolutely.
That was wonderful. Thank you. In closed session tonight, I asked the board to pull two items from the recommended employment, the Executive Director of Research and Evaluation, and the Program Manager for Monitoring and Accountability. The board voted 5-0 to approve Monica Hinestrosa as our Director of Government Relations and Yarrow as a Program Manager for Teacher Preparation and Induction, Georgia Baharas Aguiar as Principal of Memorial Preparatory School for Scholars and Athletics on a vote of 4-1. Gardena Latham as our Chief Elementary School Improvement Officer. Sid Salazar as our Chief Secondary School Improvement Officer. And on a vote of 5-0, approved our notifying assistant principals of their reassignment to the classroom for the 2009-2010 school year. This action is necessary due to uncertainty related to 2009-2010 staffing. But I want to be real clear that this does not preclude the possibility of some of these employees remaining in assistant principal assignments or being promoted to assistant principal positions. We're working very hard for the individual school sites, teachers, parents, selection committees to be able to interview multiple candidates for these positions. And staff is worried that this may move past, in some cases, our July 1 date. And so what this does is it protects the board and at the same time assures these employees of their remaining as candidates for assistant principal and principal assignments for the coming year. So I wanted to be clear that we said that, and I'm going to also ask our Chief Finance Officer, Sam Wong, to send a letter to each of these individuals notifying them of what I just stated to you. So,
Personnel Officer. Chief Personnel Officer. You said Finance.
I'm sorry. We just kind of moving people around. I don't think James got too worried about that, but I apologize for misspeaking.
I didn't want James worried.
Exactly. Also, at this time, would like to recognize Johnson Elementary School and Kearney International Business High School for winning two outstanding awards. The National Center for Urban School Transformation held its fourth annual symposium here in San Diego on May the 11th through 8th. And this organization honored schools nationwide that demonstrated excellence in urban education. And Kearney International Business High School and Johnson Elementary School were recognized as high-performing schools. And Charlie Smith, the principal of Johnson Elementary School, was supposed to be here. There's Charlie. I didn't see you, Charlie. Charlie and any of his staff that are here would like to certainly say congratulations. And, of course, Anna Diaz-Booz, the principal of Kearney International Business, and I think all of her staff are here, and they just stood up. And this award really recognizes these two principals as leaders who've helped transform their school into places where all students achieve academic proficiency, evidence a love of learning, and graduate well prepared to succeed in post-secondary education, the workforce, and their community. Just as a notable here, the schools that these other schools across the country that these schools competed with for these awards were National Title I Distinguished Schools, National Blue Ribbon Schools of Excellence, and many schools that were recognized as the top schools in their states across the country. And so we just want to say congratulations to all of you. These are truly two of our exemplary schools. You go there and you see some of the very best teaching that you would see anywhere in the country or in education. And we're very proud of these teachers and these principals and their entire support staff, parents, and students. So congratulations to all of you. And you did well and made us proud. I'd also like to recognize Pamela Holmser, the District Special Education Administrator. Pamela, who works with foster care and homeless students, was recently named the State 2009 Administrator of the Year for Pupil Personnel by the Association of California School Administrators. As far as an update is concerned, our staff continues to work very hard to try to work on our budget. We are in the process of implementing reorganizations that the board has approved at the central office. We have reduced over 140 central office staff this year, 186 last year, and so we, as July 1 approaches, we're continuing to work through the transformation in staffs, working with folks that have taken the SERP and that are leaving the organization and those that have come back in. I know one of our speakers came up and was very emotional tonight and spoke about being notified about by their administrator today about a loss of position. If that young lady is still here, I would ask that she would contact Dr. Morris, our deputy superintendent, because we want to get to the bottom of that. As a matter of fact, we're working very hard in a very tough economic climate to try to make sure that as few of our staff is displaced as possible, and we want to get to the bottom of this. And if she's left, if we can, we'll get her name from the Speakers Bureau and we'll contact her. One of the things I have said to our team is that if we have people that are being displaced out of one area and we can retrain them and use them in another area in the organization, that we want that to be one of our priorities, because we certainly understand the economy out there. At the same time, we're looking at very hard financial times in the district, and so we want to be as cognizant and careful of that as we possibly can. Thank you, President Jackson.
Thank you very much.
I think she was a health tech.
The next item, and by San Diego High, and again, I always enjoy your victories. Yeah, I always enjoy your victories. Kearney, I'm sorry. But they knew who I meant, because I was there when they got their award that night. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up now. I get too happy about that one. We're going to adopt our agenda. Can I have a motion for the agenda for this evening, please?
So moved.
Moved?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Okay, on with the hard work now. The first thing that we have up is informational reports. We'll start with Mr. DeBack.
None tonight.
None tonight. Mr. Barrera?
Yeah, just real quick. We're going to have a community forum on Saturday afternoon, this coming Saturday at the 13th at 2 o'clock at City College. And we're going to talk about the budget situation. We're going to have principals and parents who have done exceptional jobs at getting people active in their particular schools, and we're going to talk about some of the efforts that are going on in Sacramento to create legislative change, so that we're not always in this position of having our backs up against the wall when budget cut times come. So I'd really welcome everybody to come out to City College this coming Saturday at 2 o'clock. Thanks.
Okay. Dr. Evans?
Thank you. I can see from what we've been talking about today, there certainly is a lot of work we still need to do on communication with parent groups, with retired teachers, with our current teachers, and I hope we continue to work on that. We can certainly disagree on a lot of topics, but we do need to be at least very open and transparent about what we're doing. Just as Mr. Barrera is having a meeting this weekend, last weekend we had a meeting of people from all of the clusters in my district, which are University City, Mira Mesa, Claremont, and Madison. We had a good turnout of people who came here to the district offices to talk about forming committees within their own communities to improve the cluster of schools in their communities. And as I said, it was a very enthusiastic group. We also had a group from Point Loma who has formed a foundation and has been very active in their area, and they gave a lot of pointers on what they've done to improve the schools in their community. It's really twofold: to improve the schools in their community, but also to have a direct voice to the Board of Education, so that we can hear the community's input on important decisions that we are making. And besides the advisory group from each of the 4 clusters, I would also welcome people who are from other areas of the city to also participate in an at-large representation I'd like to have, so that we can hear from the entire community. And finally, yesterday morning, I had the opportunity to visit Sequoia Elementary, and it was kind of like visiting a group of people after surviving a hurricane. It was a very enthusiastic group of teachers, parents, community members who turned out in support of their school, which missed the axe in terms of their school being closed. The children were very enthusiastic, and in fact, I've invited them to come to our next board meeting to make a presentation. And the parents and teachers and others were asking me, we want to know what we can do to keep our school open in the future. What can we do to increase enrollment? What can we do to contribute to reducing costs and overall improving the program? So I think there's a lot that can be done, and I look forward to working with all of them on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I've gone out to visit over the last week 5 or 6 schools, elementary school, middle school, high schools, and I'm becoming increasingly concerned about what we're not seeing in the budgets. It reminds me of the old saying about if a tree falls in the forest. I'm wondering if a glass beaker breaks in a science class and there's no money to replace it, will it show up in the budget? I don't think so. I am increasingly concerned about what we're not going to see, the ramifications of what we are doing with regard to a 25% cut in supplies, and I understand these are all necessary, but vice principals, principals not having the coverage for street crossings, they can't be in 2 or 3 places at once. I'm also concerned about things that maybe we can do without for a year or so, but school newspapers, debate teams, things that funding that I'm wondering where the money for that is going to come from within our budget. And I don't think, again, I think it's like if a tree falls in the forest, if a science beaker breaks, and are we going to have the money to replace it? Fundamental things within our schools that I am not sure exactly how the budget is shaped up, how that money is coming together. The pieces are not all there in place at the schools. The principals have put out their workbooks and have looked at it, but we really have not incorporated the cuts that we made just last week and what those cuts are going to look like, what they're really going to mean at the base level for each one of our schools. I don't think is going to come back to us for a while. So I want the board members and the community to please keep that in mind and to ask hard questions, and I think I would advise principals to take a look at your workbooks. I think it's coming down to some pretty difficult choices. So we are not out of the woods. When I go out and talk to schools and listen to people, there's increasing concern that we're going to have some fundamental losses in our schools that aren't going to be, that don't have people to represent them, that don't, glass beakers, which has become sort of my symbol for all of this, doesn't do yard signs, doesn't make phone calls, those things are just going to happen. And while on the surface, like the ocean, things look wonderful at a school, what's actually underneath that surface and what's it going to look? Are teachers going to have what they need to teach their kids? Are we going to have enough paper, pencils, etc.? And are principals going to have enough to run their schools in a safe and efficient manner? I think reducing the clerks to 50 per 0.5 is a real question, and there's a number of those issues. So that is what I'm hearing as I go out and listen to the community.
Thank you. And certainly we are all out there. And again, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for communities to come together, and you will find strength in the volunteering and that type of thing. But during the last couple of weeks, a couple of things that I've been working on. Went to Sacramento for the educational budget hearing and spoke, and certainly we are writing letters in support of some changes that will certainly help us in our budget this current year. And hopefully together with some other large urban districts, we can get some additional relief. Game On is coming to a close this year, and Game On has been truly successful. I was at Morris, and I'm at a program tomorrow, and Game On is our incentive for our 9th grade students to come to school each and every day. And we know that the first year of high school can be difficult, and sometimes students stop coming, but we want to encourage them to come the entire time. So we had this incentive program that has been very, very successful. And last but not least, been doing cluster meetings. We've done Crawford. We was at the Lincoln cluster last night, and the Morris cluster is scheduled for next Monday night. And I appreciate everyone coming out, sharing their thoughts and concerns, which I'll share later in the meeting at some of the appropriate areas in our meetings. But it is very important that as a unified school district, we not only meet in our clusters, but we meet across the district so that we're sharing information so that we can make our district a much stronger district. We have had significant budget cuts, and we are becoming leaner, but we're becoming leaner and more efficient. And so we're not going to be without, but we'll just be able to do things a lot better. So having said that, I'll move on to item F2. F2 is a proposed revision to the board governance policy statements, results of operational expectations. This is a motion. This is an action item. I would ask for a motion. We do have speakers on this particular item. Okay.
I move that we approve the revisions.
It's been moved. Seconded. Any board discussion before public speakers? Okay, public speakers. We have Ms. Sally Smith and Ms. Frances Ferrero.
I'm Sally Smith, 3551 Lord Street, San Diego. I'm here to speak about your proposed revisions, and in reading through it, I noted that there are many expectations for students to be honest and to be ethical in their behavior, and I'm requesting that Dr. Greer look at the administrators that are not setting positive role models, that are out there doing unethical behavior, and to note that our students see this, and they are not going to model the behavior that they're reading about in some form. They're going to model what they see in the adults around them. So I'm asking Dr. Greer to please hold administrators accountable for the bad things that they're doing in these schools that our children are seeing. You won't raise ethical students if you don't have ethical administrators.
Thank you, sir.
Frances Fierro, Chapter 788 OTBS, Office Technical Business Services. I would like to remind the diocese that we are role models, we are leaders, and people look at us in that fashion. And when you walk in and have an outburst in front of the public because something didn't go right is inappropriate, not only for our students, but for every staff member. This outburst occurred today. Unfortunately, I heard about it. I missed it by a few minutes. I was out in the restroom. But it was inappropriate. It should have never happened. Lots of employees were very upset with that. They had nothing to do with it. There was inappropriate language that was said, and also direction that was given, and it was very negative. And you are leaders, and this is the treatment of your stakeholders, which says you should have respect and give dignity as well to others. And I expect that to be followed along with all of you and myself. Yes, we can get emotional and passionate, but if you're going to be cussing and everything else, take it to another place, not in front of other people. And please don't disrespect your workers that are doing the work. They're doing their best, and that's all they can do. Thank you.
Ms. Ferrero, could you share that incident with our Deputy Superintendent so we can follow up on it, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Board members, we're discussing item FO2. Any more board discussion on it? I know we spent some days in workshop on it, but any last-minute comments before we vote? Okay, please vote. Okay. That passes 5-0. The next item up is item FO3, which is the adoption of the voluntary recognition agreement between San Diego Unified and Administrative Association. This is an action item.
Move approval.
Move approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any staff comments or any other board member comments about this item? Okay, no comments. Please vote. Item FO3 is the first reading. It's a district initial proposal to bargain success agreements for the 9, 10, and beyond CSEA and OSS. Any staff recommendations or comments on this? Just first reading, okay. Thank you very much. Item FO5. We do have speakers on this item as well, and this is an action item. It is the resolution in a matter of eliminating classified services. Is there a motion for this item?
If I'm not mistaken, President Jackson, these are the items that were part of our central office reorg that you have already approved in closed session and were brought back for your approval in open session. I know that Sam may want to speak to this, and I know Phil Stover was part of the reorg. If I'm not mistaken, I see him nodding yes in these particular positions. So either of those are available to answer any questions that board members might have.
Okay.
Board President.
The first, okay.
For the record, there are three eliminations that I would like to have removed at the request of departments. Under the supervisors list, warehouse supervision, 1.0 position. Under OTBS, lead budget analyst, 1.0 position. And under OTBS, budget analyst, 2.5 positions.
I still do not have a motion on this item.
I move approval. You need a second.
I'm trying to find the whole. I'm too bad I used board docs. I should have had a hard copy.
We do have hard copies.
I know, but I didn't bring it because I thought I could actually read this thing.
Are we going to have public comment?
These are.
Okay, we do not have a second on that motion.
I will second so that we can have public comment.
All right. I will call for public comment at this time. Ethel Larkin, Mike Lance, Mike Goldwater. You only get to speak one time. You know you have two slips here. You only get to speak once. Mike Goldwater, Lance Wren, and David Fernandez.
That one I needed to be. Yeah, that was the one that needed to be removed.
The problem with this is it doesn't have the details on the pages. Yeah, this is P class.
Okay. No, you.
Okay. Here we go.
My name is Lance Wren. I'm the Vice President, CSEA Vice President of Custodial, and I'm talking about relief custodians. Yes, the relief positions are vacant, but there is a major flaw built in with reducing custodial by any numbers. That flaw is we have numbers that state that district-wide we are 215 custodians short. Last week I spoke about how we got here, and Superintendent Greer said that if we needed positions, really needed positions, we should speak up. In custodial, there are 16 school sites that are allocated only 4 hours of cleaning a night. These schools are not covered by a custodian either between 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. or 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. I feel that it is irresponsible to leave those sites unprotected by having them open without a custodian on site. With just 8 custodial positions, we could fix a problem at 16 school sites. An allocation exemption has already been submitted, but it has not been approved. Please, if you are not going to hire these 12 relief custodial positions, consider moving to solve this shortage at these 16 school sites. And we should not have a situation where students, teachers, and staff members are at a school with no custodian to provide safety and security during the afternoon and evening hours. The effort to secure these workers was a collaborative effort between myself, the former Director of Plant Operations, and Mr. Stover of the Portland Group. Please consider approving the exemption and solve the custodial shortages at these 16 school sites. Thank you very much.
My name is Mike Lands. My address is on record. I also want to speak on this issue regarding the removal of one of our persons in our department. It's the last one on it, the 5620, the distribution service section, warehouse distribution supervisor. The person that's in that position right at this time is retiring, but every time you whittle down, it just continues to make our work so much more difficult. This individual makes sure that you get your mail. The mail van drivers are out there on the road. We get relief drivers, which we have, but they're constantly driving. They're supposed to be relief drivers, stock clerks. Some of them have been nothing but relief drivers on the mail vans. We are shorthanded so badly that we have injuries and we never have replacements for our truck drivers or any of that type of thing. This position is a position that is needed in our department, and I'd like for you to keep it until we can talk a little more about a reorganization, which was brought up to you last meeting we had, and we never even got this notice until the last minute. And we'd like to know, we've had some discussions on this issue, but we still need to have more. We need to talk about exactly what's going on in our department. And I'd like to see some of our members within our department, too, have first-hand information and stuff. We're trying to get the information between your departments and ours, but we just need to have a little more, and I'd like to see you pull this person's position and hold it off until we can turn around and look at a little more exactly what's going on in our department and get a little more organization with our union members, our LLR and everything. I'm asking you just to pull this information on this person so we can hold on. Thank you.
Can I just ask, Sam, is that a position that you just said?
That is correct. That is the position that I asked to be pulled.
So we have pulled it.
Warehouse distribution supervisor.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. Every one of these positions. Oh, he's speaking. I'll wait.
Okay. No, go ahead, John.
No.
You only get 3 minutes, Mike. You know, for 2 sheets, but you only get 3 minutes.
I know, and that's why Mike Goldwater. You have my address and phone number on record. I was going to talk about the relief custodians, but I think Lance did an excellent job on that, and I hope you do approve the exemption. I'm also going to talk about on the management level. An elimination of one position, the management level zone manager. You all in the past have received the name of an individual who does not qualify under the Fair Labor. Under the Fair Labor Standards Act. And I've been at the microphone several times talking about this. But this microphone not is only a representation of dealing with issues with the Board of Education, it's also a freedom guaranteed by our First Amendment. Mr. Breezy knows the concept of the First Amendment. being able to have freedom of speech in the proper manner. Yesterday in the school mail, I received a document that has been turned over to school police services, specifically involve my conversations here talking about the removal of a zone manager for cause. And school police services has custody of the document in their custody room. It's been given a case number, and at this point there's a possibility there may not have been a violation of state statute law, but there definitely has been a violation of a procedure, policies and procedures in the San Diego Unified. You don't send hate mail through the school mail. It's kind of like illegal. It's improper. I'm requesting the Board of Education to request HR to run an investigation on this. Since we have approximately 14,000 employees in the district, since this document was used by human hands, the person that initiated it, a very cowardly act, if I must say, I would like to see if we can find out who this person is and have this person dealt with by the procedures and policies we have with the San Diego Unified. This microphone is freedom of speech under proper conditions to inform you and the public of what is or not going on in the district. I will never be silenced at this microphone. And the person who sent this to me, who feels that is a way of silencing me, they are really, really mistaken. They don't know my background. You don't silence me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we have a request for an investigation by HR?
Not by HR, but by the POA.
Thank you.
Please. Yeah.
Can you request that, Madam President?
Will do, yes.
Okay. Well, this
So
is...
do you want to finish how the public
Oh, no, I didn't. Goodness, I don't want to step on my labor
Why
reps.
don't you let your...
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
Why don't you let the public comment people finish?
I never thought I'd hear the end of this.
That's okay. I just ran from Bonsall. David Fernandez, Labor Relations Representative for California School Employees Association. I represent the OTBS bargaining unit. I have something I want to give you really quick.
I'll see you in the morning at 7 o'clock.
Board of Education Superintendent Greer, in front of you is almost a similar document that you have in front of you as an exhibit, except for I requested some information from HR. And basically, we've added two things here. We have a vacant since list and a supervisor's name list. I just kind of want to go over this with you. First, I'm asking the Board of Education to pull F05 tonight for several reasons. One, the legality of the issue. If you look at the vacancy positions here and go through it, you can see that I put froze, or if there's a Y for SERP, obviously those ones are okay. We've had some vacant classified positions within the OTBS bargaining unit dating back to 2005. Now, I know some of you have been on this Board of Education for more than 2 or 3 years, and we've had OTBS layoffs going back now almost 3 or 4 years. Now, my issue is this, is that there's some positions on here, whether HR didn't know about it because we don't have a position control system, because I've asked for this information, but I believe there's employees in this district that are under legal rights under the California Education Code and under the collective bargaining agreement with CSEA have rights to some of these positions. Now, you may ultimately cut these positions somewhere down the road, but I'm going to take for an example... On one of the clerk typist 2 positions, I know we have people that have recall rights to a clerk typist 2 position. One of these positions has been vacant since June 4th of 2005. We've had layoffs for clerk typists in the years 05, 06, 07, including 08. So my question is this. If these positions have been hidden by the school district or by supervisors, I ask the question of this, is that we represent employees in this district on a daily basis that get written up for theft, taking ballpoint pens, not accounting for $10 in an Otter Pop sale, issues of taking food within the food service department. My thing is this, stealing is stealing. As I crunch numbers, and I have another sheet, there's some supervisors, and some of these supervisors might be in this audience right now, that have taken close to $150,000 to $250,000 that have been earmarked for classified employees. On top of that, I don't even put in here the health and welfare benefit positions that are tied to these full-time positions. So if you take every one of these full-time equivalents and then add a health and welfare position to it, add a dollar amount, another $14,000, $15,000 for a health and welfare benefit plan, I want to know what these supervisors have been doing with this money. There are several positions here, and we're begging sometimes at the bargaining table of what we need or what we don't need, and we're in a layoff mode. And I just think that legality issue, until the classified units get the proper information from the district, I don't mind if you're laying off the CERT positions. I can't do anything about that. I can't do anything of when you froze the positions back in November of 2008. But anything prior to that, I want HR to take a look at this and see if there's anybody who are on recall lists who might be out on the street right now that might have had rights to these positions. Thank you.
Okay.
We got one more speaker.
I know.
Good evening, Leticia Munguia, CSEA labor rep for the OSS bargaining unit. I come to you to speak on the same agenda item FO5. I have a couple of procedural questions that I have for you, and hopefully somebody may be able to address them. I think the most dramatic one that I realized was that we received a CC letter from the HR department that was laying off a 33-year employee who's been with our district, committed to serving you for 33 years out of our warehouse. But nobody seems to know why this gentleman was served a notice. The gentleman's name for the record is Roger Varner. And I need somebody to give him an answer, because no one has been able to resolve for me why he was served a letter for a layoff. I think our folks deserve respect. They've been committed to this district. Our warehouse is falling apart, and I'm really happy that you have designated Drew Rollins to work with us in troubleshooting this through Phil Stover. I am committed to coming to you, as I said to you last week, and I look to having some leadership at the table to make sure that we address those issues of the warehouse. This isn't good enough. The system is broken, and it's been broken for a while, but I'm looking for leadership. I believe you're looking for leadership in your management team as well. One of the concerns that I have is in April 22nd of 2008, you laid off 10 warehouse workers, and I still have 5 on unemployment. Those positions have never been restored. Last July, you brought 5 of those 10 back, but I'm still out 5 positions. So when we talk about streamlining and when you talk about addressing that, how can you make something whole when we already have 5 people missing? And I think everyone has spoken to you about the fact that the documentation that our workers are receiving is not accurate. And I'm not sure why that is. I'll let you make that decision. But I believe it's really unfair that these positions are eliminated, whether they're SERP or not SERP. I recognize you have decisions to make, but I have to tell you that when I see positions that are going to be cut in the classified unit, in my unit, that I know we need people to be filling these positions. The work is there. The reason why they're not filled was not within our control. When I say our control, I mean CSEA. We've been asking for information at bargaining tables, and only now, after years of finding out, these positions have been withheld. So I have to ask you to look at and provide some direction to Roger Varner, who's been committed to your district for 33 years, to Terry Coyle, who's out of our transportation division, who's asked you in writing that we need to look at saving that position. And I have to ask you about the warehouse and making sure that before anything else happens, that there's an equitable approach to resolving that deficiency that's been there. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent and Mr. Dubeck.
Thank you, Board Member Jackson. As members of our leaders that are out in the audience and folks that have spoke tonight know, we've been working for some time now to try to get to the bottom of why we've had vacancies for numbers of years. And that's something that I discovered this year when we started looking at the budgeting process. And we've got 2 issues going on right now. We know those vacancies were there. And so the question that I have, in a very hard financial crisis where we're cutting over $100 million out of our budget, was if you had those positions, quite frankly, why did we not fill them? And that was very upsetting to me. And we've had to make some hard decisions about what positions to eliminate. Goodness knows we could use a lot more custodians, a lot more groundskeepers. We could use a lot more of elementary teachers. We're facing some very tough situations in our district. And what I have said to our staff, and I continue to say, if you have a position, I think you ought to fill the position. Now, we've been under a spending freeze and a hiring freeze for some time now. And we have been filling positions that were critical to fill under your direction. Come July 1, quite frankly, we need to fill positions if we have those positions, particularly in our classified ranks, because the summer is when a lot of that work gets done. And so we need to know that. Having said all that, it's a very difficult situation to be in as a staff when we're, again, I'm being repetitive, we're cutting over $100 million. Some of these positions have been vacant for over a year. If we don't go ahead and eliminate these positions, see, the way procedurally this happens, you've already seen these positions. We've talked to you about them in reorgs. We've talked to you about them in budget cuts. Some of these are on your budget cut sheets. And if you don't take action, once you take action to do this, we have to, if there's anyone in any of these positions, we have to give them their notice, which is a 45-day notice, and try to find them other positions in the district if positions are vacant, and try to cross-train and try to keep them with the organization if at all possible. Again, Phil is here and Sam's here to answer your questions. I wish we were not in the financial situation we're in, but again, most of these positions, many of these positions are vacant positions, and as David said, I don't know what was vacant in 2007 or how long ago that was. I do know this has to be cleaned up. We have been very transparent meeting with our union leaders, and you can see their heads nodding up and down, and we're going to continue to have that working relationship with them. But this is something that, quite frankly, has to get cleaned up. And so I don't know if you have questions for Phil or for Sam, but if so, they'll be glad to answer them.
Mr. DeBack, please.
Yeah, well, I got a series of questions, so I don't want to have them all answered at once. I just want to finish up if I can. I will ask one directly to our attorney. Do you see any reason why the remedies over, let's say, unfair actions about not filling jobs would be precluded by us approving these cuts? In other words, if somebody had, and see, I see one here, the job that's been vacant since June 4th of 2005. Let's say there's some remedy over that. Admittedly, it's been buried in the Never land of budgets, and it has shown as a encumbrance for years. But if there's some remedy over that with the union or with the people, would that be precluded by us acting to eliminate these jobs now?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
If there was
so that argument about the rights of review would not interfere with us deciding to eliminate these.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, that's one question. I'm satisfied with that. Okay, now the other one is, and I think the superintendent said it, so I'm going to ask finance. These were shown as cuts. That's correct?
That's correct, yeah.
All right. And they are out of the budgets if they're shown as cuts. Wait a minute. But if we don't cut them, they're in the budgets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
All right. So therefore, we've already taken credit as a board for making these cuts. But then if we balk, we're basically putting them back in the budget. All right, well then I don't see any reason for us to do that. And sooner or later we're going to have to clean up these job titles if they're frankly, since we're frozen right now except for chancellorial services, there wouldn't be any opportunity to fill them anyway. So then if they are needed, I'm sure that they would come back. I mean, let's say the staff finds they can't do their jobs and they need people, clerk typists in some place, they'll probably propose them and those positions would get authorized. And the unions would get those positions as a right to return kind of option for those people that might get laid off. So for me, I guess the decision as a board member is I'm pretty much in agreement that since these jobs aren't filled right now, they ought to be taken off the books. Secondly, any rights of the people to return to jobs are not precluded by the action. And last of all, since we froze all the jobs, there's no reason to keep them on the schedule anyway, since we're not going to approve them. So I just going to go ahead and vote yes to. There was a motion and second,
Yes.
so I will vote to eliminate these jobs and try to clean up our faulty records.
Other board member comments? Dr. Evans?
Yes. Well, admittedly, a lot of this is a problem with a very bad budget situation. I don't mean the current budget crisis, but in terms of how books have been kept in this district for quite a while, which we've been unearthing. And this definitely needs to be corrected. And I'm glad to hear that if there are remedies to persons who were not treated fairly, that this whatever action we take does not preclude that. The issue is we obviously are going to have a lot less teachers than we would like to have. We're going to have a lot less custodians than we would like to have, and we also need to be willing to pay the price for that. The children are not going to have as much attention, that the schools are not going to be as clean. I mean, this is just a reality. The other piece, I think, in terms of, since we did put these already onto our budget cuts, is this board is still very interested in what is happening to every employee in this district. And we've directed the staff to do everything possible to place, to train anybody whose position is eliminated into another position within the district. And I would hope that we'd have very precise reports about this, and including if it does get to the point where someone is, a position is being eliminated and there is not a place to put them, that is also brought to the board's attention, so we're not doing anything with our eyes closed and not aware of the impacts of what we're doing. And the next thing I would like to say is that even though we are at the point of approving a budget and taking the steps to do that, that I really believe that with this board that this is going to be an ongoing process. I do not believe this board is going to say, okay, we approve this budget, everybody can go back into their corners, people can go back to their habits of hiding positions, spending money in the ways that it was not intended, and so forth, that we are going to need to be vigilant and monitor this step by step. And for example, if we have eliminated certain positions that are vacant, that we're still going to make a note that it's been very clearly pointed out to us by objective persons, Mr. Stover, for example, that we are operating with an inadequate level of custodians. We can't say because we're getting by with this number that that's okay. And the same thing in terms of some of the class sizes and other issues that we're facing. So I realize that these are difficult things to do, but I just want to emphasize this board's commitment to following up on all of the details in this situation.
Anyone else want to speak? Superintendent, and my question is that we got another informational sheet here that was provided from the audience, and some of the information is a little bit different. So how do we, while we are trimming some of the people positions that have been vacant for a long time, and that's fine, some of the people that are leaving us due to SERP, we may need people in those positions. So how are we ensuring that we have the necessary people that we need to cover all positions, especially those that are leaving because of the SERP?
That's a question that I've asked Mr. Stover and Drew Rollins to work with us on, and they have done that, and they have assured me that the positions that we have left, we need individuals in. Now, I've got a meeting scheduled later in this week, or I'm going to schedule a meeting later this week to meet with Drew again, along with Phil, to review that list one more time to make sure these are positions that we need. My question's always been a simple question. It's not that we don't need the positions. I mean, I can't think of anyone that I've seen that I could sit here and tell you that we don't need. My question is, if you've got positions that have been vacant for a year and they haven't been filled, my question comes back is, well, how badly did you need those? And in a hard budget crisis, when we're looking to try to trim every dollar we can, it's going to take a good argument to me that, we need them because I'm going to come back and say, well, why didn't you need them because 6 months ago or 3 months ago? So those are the hard questions. and I'm sure that they're going to have some good answers. Phil, I see you on the edge of your seat. That usually means you want to say something.
Say something.
I think I'd just like to point out to you, I think what you're seeing here is the result of a complete breakdown of the integration of budget, human resources, and operations. Those three vital arms of your district, both to some degree from a systems perspective, are broken because you have two of those three using different coding. Now, it's been worked on for employees. It is possible some of the managers in the past have hidden the positions. Okay, that's possible. However, what I would say it speaks more to is the lack of position control in the district. They're the only urban district I've ever worked at that does not have an active position control group, individual. So I would encourage you to take the discomfort here and turn it into something positive, which can be getting a better integration between the budgeting, the HR, and most importantly, in my opinion, the operations aspect of the district. Your managers, directors have to be accountable and responsible for the people in their groups and the money that they have to spend. And I encourage you to strengthen that up a bit.
And frankly, that is going to happen. Several years ago, you've heard the story, I'll tell it again. A few years ago, we purchased PeopleSoft, which is a pretty good software process. And for whatever reason, there's decisions made internally not to include a number of additional digits on the end of each person's name, which would give you position control. And I can't find anyone in the organization that admits to lobbying against that. And I hear everybody saying, "Well, boy, I really tried to get that in." Well, it wasn't in, but today our staff was given very clear directions that will be added. And the folks that don't want to deal with that, they're going to have to if they continue in their positions. So we have to have strong position control. I'm tired of asking people how many fourth grade teachers we have, and we have to go out and send people to count heads. I'm tired of asking people how many custodians we have, and we have to call our unions to get the answer. So we're remedying that along with some other things. And I'd like to say to them, thank you for your patience and understanding.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Evans?
I would just like to, besides the motion to approve this, I'd like to add an amendment that we request that the administration give us a report at the next regular business meeting in 14 days on specifically what Mr. Stover is talking about. What is the plan for position control? And in terms of giving us, not that it will all be implemented at that point, but just a very clearly understandable system that we can have at that point.
I can do that for you right now. You won't have to wait. We have a person that's designated that's going to be in charge of position control from this district that's going to work out of James Macias' shop. The software program that we have, the PeopleSoft software, is more than capable of doing this. Basically what it means is going back and adding, it's either a 6 or 8 digit code for each person, which will specify their job category and the school they're assigned to and the department they're assigned to. Once that happens, it's a matter of then just basically pushing buttons, and it gives you the reports, and we can have that report on a monthly or quarterly basis.
So when will this be operable?
Hopefully I'm looking at James, hopefully by the beginning of the school year. He may tell me maybe January, but...
Yeah, part of the dilemma for us is actually getting the implementation work to get done. So we're working on a price proposal for that, and then the timeline as far as how long that'll take to get it done. But we do... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In January.
Yeah, because there's some development work that Daryl Shop may not be able to manage. We'll make sure that if Daryl has the skills to essentially put that together.
The point being is we will not spend another year like this.
That's correct.
Yeah. I actually can throw some light on that. I can remember it was a 42-digit number, and we had people coming down to the podium and person after person after person complaining about inputting those codes. And what we didn't realize as a board is that we were giving away position control when we said, oh, they shouldn't have to do that. So now that we've got a Chief Information and Technology Officer, maybe we can make that easier for folks to do the input, but we should never have given away that option in the first place, because this is where we are today.
So, any other discussion? Please vote. That passes 4-1. The next item on the agenda is F06, which is a discussion regarding the incoming federal stimulus money and additional Title I stimulus money. Ms. Barrera?
Yeah, I wanted this to be a discussion item tonight, and I'm specifically focused on the additional Title I that's coming into the district, as a result of the federal stimulus. We have yet, as a board, to have a discussion about how we want to allocate that additional Title I money. And I think we need to have that discussion. I want to get a report from the superintendent about, specifically the discussions that have been going on in some of the school clusters about, the allocation of that money. And I know that there's a meeting, I believe, tomorrow. Dr. Morris is going to meet with the District Advisory Committee.
We have initial discussions.
So we need to get some input from the DAC as well. But to me, the district, has a process of allocating Title I money every year, which is we set a threshold, for schools at a certain percentage of free and reduced lunch, and we allocate, Title I money according to that formula, and then it's up to the schools to develop their plan, for what they're going to do with their Title I money. I believe that the threshold for this additional money needs to be much higher than that. I think we need to focus this money on on the schools that absolutely need it the most. But I'm not sure, aside from raising the threshold, why we would change our strategy for allocating this additional money. But that's something that I think we need to talk about as a board. So maybe, Dr. Greer, if you could give us a little bit of an update.
Sure, Mr. Barrera. You may recall several months ago, board members Jackson, DeBeck, and Nakamura went to a Title I meeting in Washington, D.C., in which the Secretary of Education and the Council of Great City Schools hosted to talk about these dollars. And at that particular meeting, it was made, I thought, relatively clear to all of us that those dollars were designed to help the 5% of our lowest performing schools. Now, they were not clear on what that meant and how you would define your lowest 5% of your schools academically is basically what they were talking about. So we came back and just sat down as a group, and we met with principals, we met with some teachers, we've talked with our Title I staff, and some of the options that we thought that we had was that, well, basically, that could be basically, if you look at our API Level 1 schools in this district, that's about 5%. Of our lowest performing schools. And then we started thinking about a concept that Dr. Evans has talked about, and some of the rest of you have talked about as well, and that's this cluster concept of what happens if you look at one or two of our lowest performing clusters. And we took a look at our high schools that were particularly low performing, and those clusters, those four clusters were Hoover, Lincoln, Crawford, San Diego High School. And then we went back and we took a look at the feeder schools that feed into those from a middle school and a elementary school level. And what we found is that even with these schools that were high schools that were low performing, primarily API level 1s and borderline 2s, that we had some middle schools and some elementary schools in those clusters that were pretty good shining examples of success, that were doing pretty well. And so again, following this whole concept of inclusion and asking people what they thought, we brought together in separate meetings principals and asked principals whether or not they whether or not they thought we ought to be focusing on API Level 1 schools, And then we brought principals together from each one of those clusters along. They invited a teacher to come with them and basically said to them, if you were to have this amount of money in your cluster and you were to design a program that you think would help improve your schools from a cluster perspective, what would that look like? And they were given several weeks to work on that and told they could have more time if they needed it. It's interesting, most of them said, we already have school improvement plans that the board has approved, and we've got some more on the agenda for here tonight.
Right.
And so versus recreating the wheel, so to speak, what if we look at those plans? And they got really excited about talking together cluster-wise. And so they all of them put together a plan. Dr. Morris put together an advisory group of individuals. I met with the deans from all the local universities and colleges and to talk with them about what they thought. And basically the proposals that they came together, their names were marked through, and Chuck's had a group look at those. And the last 2 or 3 days, we've got a memo from the Council of Great City Schools, who also offered to send a staff member if we needed a third party to kind of work through these plans and make recommendations. I think when we talked to the principals, I really thought that the principals that were in the API Level 1 schools would, for example, think that perhaps the money should come to API 1 schools, because some of them are not in those 4 clusters. Some of them are spread. We have 1 or 2 spread north of the 8. And so we're looking at a variety of different proposals, and Chuck, you can add to that if you would like. But that's kind of, we as a staff we've not made any staff decisions. We're not trying to drive a particular model as a staff. We're basically trying to listen to our teachers, to our principals, and then Chuck's going to meet with our Title I Advisory Committee and get their feedback. But that's kind of where we are up to this date. Chuck, what have I left out?
Well, actually, we've looked at a number of things, because one of the things, as you know, is we really had a hard time getting definitive answers about what this stimulus package was going to look like. But we've looked at full-day preschools in our most impacted schools. We've looked at interventions. We've looked at lots of different areas. We're going to ask our DAC to start that discussion tomorrow about what recommendations or suggestions they have. We have accumulated a list of items for consideration. I would tell you, as you probably are aware, that list far exceeds the amount of money that we've got to work with. But between, I think, our advisory council and working with you and our principals and our teachers, then we can talk to you about what people seem to think is of the most need. I will caution that because of the stimulus funding, we actually took a hit in our regular Title I funding. In addition to that, we're still trying to get clarification about whether we have to request waivers in terms of the Title I set-asides that are necessary, or if that's coming through the state. Brenda has been very active with working with people at the CDE, and every day we have that same discussion. Have we gotten any word? So even at this point in time, it has not been completely resolved in terms of the exact amount of dollars that we have to work. We know a dollar figure, but in terms of the flexibility we might have.
The other piece is that the board members were told about what Duncan's calling race to the top dollars, which are additional dollars that are as much or maybe even more than what we're getting. And their staff made it clear that they were going to be looking at giving those dollars to districts that wanted to spend these original dollars on those low 5% of their schools and on research-based strategies that improve student achievement. For example, Chuck was talking about preschool. Well, the research is clear about preschool. It is very effective if you can make sure that the teachers in grades kindergarten, first, second, and third grade are exemplary teachers in the school. In other words, you've got to find a way, if you're going to put all-day pre-K in a school, you got to make sure that they have quality, experienced teachers in those schools in the coming years. If not, after the third year, the benefits of that program really dissipate. That's just a quick example.
Okay, speak to your sister.
Sorry.
Okay, I think I'm glad you clarified that because the public needs to be educated on the different stimulus money that is coming, and certainly Title I money can only be spent on Title I issues, and that restriction is still there versus the race to the top money, and that is very, very important. I think that each of us, have heard items come from our clusters or from people about maybe research that you're doing out in the community. It is very, very important that when we are out in the community and we're asking for input, that it's clarified that is all that we are seeking at this time is input. I think the discussion tonight is a timely discussion because the people are asking, well, what does the board take on these particular funds? And so first of all, the Title I funds have to be spent on Title I schools. And certainly, as Richard mentioned earlier, every year we have our huge discussion about the threshold, my annual spanking. Okay, Catherine, my annual spanking. But anyway, I did, while I had a community meeting last night, I did ask my community about what they thought that how we could utilize these funds. I think one thing that gets overlooked, and this is when any leadership comes in and offers up new monies, people try to do something that is going to help them receive those monies. At some point in time, as a school district, we have to say, and I know that our staff knows what will make San Diego Unified successful. You can't keep changing programs every time new monies come along, and that has been one of the problems that we have faced in our district, is that new leadership brings in new programs and we want to try them. But I'm going to give you a couple of things here that my community feels will be helpful to the schools and their community. Some of it will be, can be used under the Title I initiative. Others of it can be used and raised with the stimulus money. The first thing that they said was smaller class size. There's no doubt about it. When I know that they said 17 to 1 or less than that, but there's no doubt about it. Even having 20 students or fewer students in the classroom makes it easier for the teacher to provide instruction. The other thing was an integrated curriculum. For years we have worked on a curriculum that we had math blocks, we have reading blocks. We talked about last night the fact that our students learn better with integrated blocks, where you have music integrated with reading, you have science and math integrated, you have a curriculum that's integrated completely. The next item was individual learning plans K-12. One of the concerns that was brought up was that the fact that, we traditionally, the way the school system is set up, you have elementary, middle, and high. And people don't necessarily know what they need in middle school or high school. But if you have individual learning plans started out early in a child's life, and that's why the cluster model does have its merits, because it helps them look at what they need in middle school, what they need in high school, and back the curriculum up so they can be prepared for that. The other thing was a physical fitness program that causes kids to sweat, K-12. They said that they don't want programs that the kids go out and throw bean bags around a little bit here and there, but they actually want them sweating, getting their heart rates up so that they're fit and healthy. And I know that we do, as a state, have physical fitness tests, and usually the burden becomes on that particular year. Whoever, the 5th and 7th grade teachers have to really make sure they push hard, because that's the year of the state exam for physical fitness. But something that is totally K-12 that is looked at continually. The other thing was extra support for the students in the schools. And extra support could be anything from Saturday school to after school to academic clubs. And then they said something for the average student, that we focus on our gifted students, we focus on our far below basic students. But if you're an average student going to school, you just kind of, we're glad you're here, glad you're learning, but we got to focus on these other two groups, and we want to try to focus on that. Another thing that came up was parent education and involvement. So it's not just enough that we have parent involvement, which I know that the district is working really hard to do right now, but that we're educating parents so that parents know what the standards-based report card looks like. They know what those grades actually meant. An example that came up is that many parents think that basic is okay, because if you say something's basic, that means, hey, that's basic. But really, they have to be proficient. and just educating them that your child needs to be proficient goes a lot longer than saying, so they know that basic is not okay, so they're going to push a little bit harder. They also wanted something to support the teachers, because they know that the teachers are doing, they said 89% of the work in this whole picture, and that they need to have some type of support for them. And last but not least, they mentioned avid assistance. But the purpose of me saying all this is that sometimes we sit here and executive people sit here at the Ed Center and they say, whoa, let me think of something new, something different, when really if we just look at what some of the basic things are, the people can move the schools. But they keep having to change every year or every 2 years to try something new and different. So the question that I guess we want to send, or that we want to send, is that, you know what, Mr. Duncan, Mr. President, we want to do better, but we have to be able, not necessarily do something new and different, but something that really works on behalf of children.
And that's, again, what we have really focused on, is versus sitting up here telling people what to do, or telling people to do what the President or the Secretary of Education have said to do. We've asked the question, what would you like to do? And so what I'm going to ask Chuck to do, we have scrubbed off the names of the different clusters where people looking at this would not be biased by one cluster or another. What I'm going to ask him to do is to either to email or hard copy you a copy of the proposals, just where you would look at them. Doesn't mean that's what we're going to end up recommending, because I'm sure some of what might be in there might be open to negotiation. But I would like to do that. The other real quick point is, you may recall that we have a presentation made to you based on training groups of teachers and parents at the school site. And I think CTAC and Bill Slotnick was the group. That also is something that we're very interested in, about whether or not we could use these resources to train people at that site level, and we're trying to get an answer for that right now. But to me, being able, as you said, to provide training on disaggregating data and parental involvement and all those things, and empowering teachers at the site to be a bigger part of the decision making is something that we would also hope we could pay some attention to.
Dr. Evans, Ms. Nakamura, and then Mr. DeBeck.
Okay, I like what Ms. Jackson said about integrated learning. We're getting too serious, and I would like to call in the choir to sing another song for us. But I think that what one of the things that the board needs to do to come to a decision about, and it's good that we're having this discussion, is that really about which schools we want this to go to, and to again emphasize that all of the schools are going to get the full funding that they've been promised for Title I, and we're talking about some particularly schools that are particularly in need of improvement getting some help through this special stimulus money. And I looked at it different ways. One was just by looking at which schools free and reduced lunch at 99%, 97%, 95%, or on the other hand taking the lists of schools that are in program improvement, which obviously overlap a lot, but not completely. And then, as Superintendent Greer said, in terms of possibly looking at API score of 1 or maybe a low 2. I think we need to have a pretty limited number of schools because we really want to have a strong effect. And one of the things that happens in general with Title I money is everybody's entitled to it, it gets diluted, and we don't really get as much bang for the buck. So I think we need to make a clear decision about that. Now, in terms of the cluster versus the school issue, I of course think it's very good as far as moving towards the cluster model, but in terms of moving right away, decisions have typically been made at the school site, and I think that's where we're going to get the most accurate information, even though they certainly can cooperate. But as you said, there may be some schools outside the loop of some of the clusters that need the help. And the other thing I think we need to remember is that this is just one-time money, or maybe I guess it's two-time money for the 2 years. But the goal really should be to find something that really is doing a good job and works for us, and then we'll find out how to fund it if it really works, rather than just saying we're going to do something that's going to be here for a while and go away. If we find something that really works, we'll find the way to make it continue to work after that. But again, I just go back to, I think one of the first directions the board really needs to come up with as far as which schools we're going to direct this to, or what criteria we're going to use, not specific names of schools.
Ms. Jackson might be shocked, but with regard to this stimulus money, Secretary of Education Arnie Duncan was very clear that it needed to go to the lowest performing, and that was where it was. Where it should be focused. Regarding innovation, though, I really have come to dislike innovation for innovation's sake. But I also dislike doing what people want just because that's what they want to do. What I am looking for is something that's effective. And that could very well be something right within our schools. But it could also be something that we bring in from the outside or that we've tried before. I particularly like the 15-to-1 model, the cohort that we did. I think that had a lot of promise, and I believe that it's important for schools, I think, that are under so much pressure. But I think there are things within our schools that are working that shouldn't be overlooked, and certainly we need to have the conversation. And I don't want anybody to be closed-minded about it. I don't want to be closed-minded that it has to be all innovation all the time, because innovation for innovation's sake is a failed project immediately. But I also don't, I want to have the conversation that it's not just because we've always done it this way. It has to be effective. It has to be a good use of money, because I do want to get to that race to the top money. I would be proud to be a district that got voted in for the second year, and this district has historically been a district of leadership, and I'd like to assume that again for this district. So in fact, many of you know my project with marching band, and the reason I support it is because it's actually got all of those things you're talking about. The kids sweat, their student engagement, their all types of learning. It affects their math scores, everything else. And what has driven me crazy about it is that people want to, people are hurting it and harming it when we will go out and hire individual consultants for hot button issues, and we have things organically in our schools, and I doesn't have to be that particular program. There are lots of things we can look at, but I do believe we've got a superintendent that has a wealth of experience and that can help guide us in this. And I think he also understands our message that we don't want innovation for innovation's sake. We want people to be part of the conversation, but again, we want effective, not simply same old, same old.
Well, just simply put, we just don't want more bang for our buck in the case of this particular program. Or it was, anyway.
There you go.
The money should go to the kids that need it the most, and the kids that need it the most are the ones that are in schools that are not achieving. So let's get about that. I have no problem with that. The thing that bothers me the most about, I'll call it Title I or any other source of money, is that we do things that we're not sure are effective at all. And just because somebody recommends it doesn't mean it's right. One of the things we should always do is have some kind of a handle on how we're going to evaluate it before we ever approve it. If we send out money for whatever, staff development, how do we know that it's working? Just because somebody says staff development is rah good stuff doesn't mean it's the right thing to raise student achievement. So that's why I like that 15-to-1 experiment, and certainly do want to see us continue to monitor the effectiveness of the things we choose to do.
We've had several schools ask about the possibility of keeping the 15-to-1. As a matter of fact, we've had more feedback on that than I thought we would. So just wanted you to know that is, the people are talking about it. I said to Chuck the other day that to me, and I would appreciate some feedback from you, we have a number of schools, as Dr. Evans has pointed out, that have been in school improvement for a good number of years. To me, whatever we do with these dollars, those schools ought to be ensure that those resources are going to go there, that they're going to be included, whether it's API Level 1 or clusters. But those schools are the ones that have been in school improvement the longest, and frankly, they need to get out of school improvement. And you can get schools out. We've had examples right here in our district with the right principals and the right leadership that's happened. And so that's important, I think.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, and I know we've got a couple of speakers. I want to propose that at our meeting in 2 weeks that we come back and we have a fuller discussion and we actually take action in terms of identifying the schools that we would allocate the additional Title I money to. And I guess the point is that I want to make is I am concerned about the process that the way the process has unfolded up until now. When I go out and listen to schools who've been part of the cluster conversations, they say two things in general. One is that it's been a very positive experience to get together as a cluster and to have conversations about what different schools are doing, to think as a cluster in terms of what we're doing at this elementary school will affect your middle school, will affect your high school, and the effects that the high school and middle schools have on elementary schools. That's been a very positive thing. The other thing, though, that people say is that the process has been very confusing because, first of all, the notion of actually developing plans as a cluster as opposed to developing plans as a school is not the way that Title I has been allocated up until now. Is not the way that like you were saying, Dr. Greer, that the school improvement plans are developed. So I think that the idea of schools actually developing their plans as a school and then having conversations as a cluster seems to be something that makes sense to folks. I think as well, I think what people have said to me is we really welcome an option, a sort of a menu of options. And we really want to see ideas, not just from around the country, but from other schools in our cluster about what's been working, and it really helps us inform the way that we might think about what we would do with these funds, and so that's really helpful. At the same time, the thing that I think has been probably most confusing to people, and what I think is going to create additional confusion and potentially frustration, is the schools in these four clusters believe today that what they're doing is developing a plan that is in competition with the other three clusters. And as a result of that, it means that there are schools that might be at API Level 1, that might be 90-95% free and reduced lunch, that aren't going to get any money from the new Title I because their cluster loses in the competition. Because if the San Diego High cluster gets selected as the plan, that means none of the schools in the Lincoln and Crawford and Hoover clusters would get any money. Not to mention the schools that haven't even had participated in this conversation because they aren't in any of those clusters. So I think that I think there's a little bit of a disconnect. Dr. Greer, what you're saying, right now is that the idea is to begin a conversation, and as President Jackson said, it's a conversation about getting input. And maybe some folks understand it as that, but I don't think most of the folks who've been participating understand it as that. I think they understand it as they're developing a plan as a cluster, and one of those four plans is gonna win. So I think I think we put the cart before the horse a little bit in I think it would have been a very positive process to go out to schools, pull them together in clusters, have discussions about ideas, but make it clear that the board has yet to make any decisions about which schools would be allocated this money, rather than come up with your plans and then submit them, and one of the clusters is going to win.
Superintendent Greer, and then
we tried to be very clear about that. That's the reason we talked to them about API Level 1 schools. That's the reason we talked about schools that were in school improvement. And we tried to be very clear about we didn't know what the board was going to decide, and it was going to be your ultimate decision. What we did say to them, however, is that there's not enough money to give money to every school in all 4 clusters. And what we said to them is that there was going to have to be a decision made by the board about how to allocate the money, how much money per school or per cluster. And we also said to them that hopefully there's going to be more money coming if we do a good job with this. And if you, for example, decided to go to a cluster and we had a third-party group of teachers and retired administrators and college deans and others, community leaders looking at these proposals and said, this is a good proposal, and we suggest, or that this is a component that you have in all 4 clusters. And for example, every one, if I'm not mistaken, every one of them had wanting to elongate the school year, and all 4 plans. And one of the comments I've made to several principals is that just having a longer school year in and of itself won't bring about school improvement. Now, having the right elongated school year with the integrated curriculum that Ms. Jackson's talking about and some other things for kids, and having a school year that has a very small summer break that will help English language learners not be away from school for a long period of time. Again, research supports that. So one of the dilemmas we had is again, we've made no promises, and it was trying to find out how to get out and get feedback and listen to people, and try to do that in a way that was not confusing.
Okay.
And we'll do better.
Let me do public comments, and then we do another board round. We have David Page and Edith Smith. Would you both come forward in 3 minutes?
Before David comes up, could I mention one thing?
Quickly.
All right. I
want to do it round,
I know. Okay. Maybe I just missed the round. I don't know. But I have a concern about the idea of clusters making ideas, because Title I is, and David probably is better expert than this, I think it has to be allocated by formula. I don't think you can have winners or losers. I think that you got to prove that you're providing equity to the schools with equal needs of their kids, so that if you had a school with let's say 99% free and reduced lunch, and that was in the cluster that lost, then how can you say they don't get any money? It can't be. So it's got to be equitably divided among the needs of kids. If there happens to be some schools that are doing better with their Title I money, and they have a high poverty and a high need, that still means they should get it. I don't know of any discrimination built into Title I based on success, other than, I just don't think there is. So I'll leave that to the legal arguments, but I can't see any reason why there has to be winners or losers in a proposal for how to use Title I, when Title I has the statutory rules on how it's applied in the first place. I think even the supplemental money has those same rules.
Hi, my name is David Page. I live at 9393 Angwin Place in San Diego. Zip code 92123. I'm here as the District Advisory Council Chairperson, quite concerned about being last on the list to be consulted over Title I. This body of people spent a lot of money to go to Washington, D.C. and come back with something that's rather disturbing. The idea was for you to go to Washington because you were concerned about the governor taking your money and holding it to the state, and you came to the district and did the same thing. You said you're going to hand it out to the clusters, not to the students that it's assigned to. So you've, in effect, come back and done the same thing here. Title I money, and I don't know why this wasn't explained in Washington, D.C., has to be handed out according to Title I law, which is allocated to attendance areas based on free and reduced lunch. You may not choose clusters to favor. You can determine how far down the chain you want to fund, but I want to put some perspective in this. This district, and I don't know why this isn't being discussed, agreed to put $20 million at the school sites under the last consolidated application. You've received $30 million more. You have as much, again, plus half, to distribute amongst the schools. You were concerned about 40% being a wide range, and yet you have as much and half again to distribute again, and you're going to hand it to one cluster? What a ridiculous thought. You need to first of all know how much money you're distributing, and then you need to consider how far down the chain you want to fund. If you want to fund the first 75%, or the schools up to 75%, and you find that your program improvement schools are, that's fine. But why has this discussion gone all around the communities and skipped the school site councils? Why has it gone all over the place except the DAC? It's just as the agenda items here for H1 and this item, there's nothing for the public to see to even respond to you. I came here just because I saw something, but there's no information. There's no transparency in what we're talking about. My DAC does not have Chuck on the agenda, so I'm not sure how that happened, but I guess he is. I was told the county might come and tell me what you're doing with the stimulus money. Who's the county, and why are they going to come tell the DAC about stimulus money? But again, why are we the last? And this district is famous for not knowing what they're doing. You owe the DAC or the Title I schools CERP money because you didn't know how to spend that. You owe the National Science Foundation money because you didn't know that. And who here has any kind of documentation that says you can give money to schools based on clusters? You've gone out and told the public that's what you're doing. You've gone out and explained all these principles. Hey, you could have a chance. And I don't know of anything that exists in law. I can show you what says it has to be spent either to program improvement schools or to Title I students based on free reduced lunch. But there's nothing in guidance that says that you can hand it out to a cluster. And yet you've got everybody's hopes up.
David, I think from what we were trying to say, and maybe we didn't do a good job saying it, is the cluster concept, again, we said earlier, were schools that were API Level 1 schools. Those are our lowest performing schools by one measure. There's other measures. And we have some clusters, and in those clusters where you have schools in those clusters that are not API Level 1 schools. And the conversation is centered around particularly these schools wanting to have a longer school year and having kids in a cluster where one family has a longer year with a different calendar than another. But all of those schools in a cluster would have to be Title I schools. Any of those clusters that we talked about were Title I schools. A non-Title I school is not entitled to any of these dollars. The question was whether or not to use API Level 1, like you just talked about, use schools that have been in school improvement a long time, or to use a cluster model. And what we simply did was meet with principals and meet with teachers from schools and ask them their preference. There's been no decision made. Chuck was coming to talk and still is coming to talk to you to get feedback from you. Again, we started at the school site level. There was nothing to really recommend to your group to see what you thought. There was nothing to recommend to the board. We were just simply trying to get feedback from people about, number one, how would they prefer to spend the dollars if it were spent on the lowest 5% of our performing schools. I can tell you, frankly, if you were ever interested in how I would spend it, and I'm not sure I'd do it the way that the feedback I'm getting from our principals and from our teachers. But, we're listening to them. And again, we know that it has to go to Title I schools, and we know that it should be spent for the lowest 5% of our lowest performing schools. We know that.
But I don't think the principals that were put through the ringer of get me a last-minute proposal were really understanding the fact that this may never come to pass, or that it's actually not legal because you have nothing that says it is. But one thing that is for certain, you received $14 million a week ago. That could go right to summer school if you wanted to have a conversation about that. You could seriously enhance your summer school program for this current summer if you got right on top of that. But if we're going to talk about things down the road and do evaluations of things that may never come to pass, that's kind of sad. But what I'm looking for is a little more transparency with the discussion, a little more contact with the school site councils and the DAC, because the reason everything's confusing is because it's not done according to procedure. There's district procedure that says you'll contact the DAC when there's a significant change to compensatory education programs, and I'd say as much and half again going to school sites is significant. And I'm just asking that we be engaged in a real manner. And sadly, the summer's come up now. It's not that we haven't known for months that there was going to be this kind of money coming. And yet the conversation never happened on the advice that, well, we don't have definite numbers. Well, if we wait for definite numbers, we're never going to have the conversation. But you could have had this conversation a long time ago.
Thank you.
My name is Edith Smith. My address is on file. I'm here to bring yet another wrinkle to this discussion. The information is not new. I brought it to this board before, maybe not to the superintendent, but definitely to this board. We need to consider that we have SSCs in our district that are not properly formulated to law, and that the way this money is addressed and spent at this level is inadequate. We've had in the past, we've had a misappropriation and misuse of Title I funds. We've had principal removed as a result of that through audit. We also have SSCs that where there is no parent outreach at the schools, where they don't have enough parent and community involvement, where the staff makes all the decisions, where parents are the minority. They bring good decisions, good suggestions about their children and programs that they think would work for their children, and they're outnumbered. And I sat in a meeting where parents said, let's take some of the money, let's look at our basic and far below basic, let's bring in some extra resources to help bring those up. The teachers and the staff shot that down. She then made another proposal and said, okay, we have kids that are going to be taking the KC. Let's take 2 or 3 months and give them some extra support so we'll have some better representation. That was shot down. The teachers and the staff chose to spend that money on toys and trinkets for the classroom that they thought would be better. And when we have this type of thing going on in our district, and we're talking about the funds that we have and how to make them better work, we need to keep in mind that we have these pockets in our district that operate this way, and that in the use and misuse of this money, we need to make sure that it's more directed at the students. Thank you.
Any more board comments? Okay, that was a discussion item. We're going to take a break till about 7:30. Thank you. I think it's 5 minutes or so.
I thought that was a while off, but it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'd like to be a writer. I'm starting to get a migraine. This is hard.
Slade's been wanting to meet with the board.
Sure.
And he could spend 2 weeks with us talking about nothing but technology.
Confirm with everybody at the meeting what is why. Oh no. Tell her, or ask her either way, say surge by
This will have I have some questions.
Of course.
Thank you.
That's not bad. I like it. At least now if my screen just followed that, I'd be all set. Oh, I forgot my mic is on.
Okay, we'll get started back in just a couple of seconds. Board members, please return to the dais. I see you, Richard, going the wrong direction. Thank you, Albertina.
At the picture booth.
At the end, he said,
Yeah, but did you get
I'm going next. Go ahead. I was going and put it right here. What happened? I said, just sit down, y'all ready. They're all ready.
We need more than 5 minutes.
Oh,
You
we need
know,
more than
when
5
you
minutes?
have deep vein thrombosis, you should walk for 10 minutes every hour. That's what.
We have a quorum, so we're going to go ahead and continue. Where's she tipping off to? We're trying to. The next item that we're going to be discussing is item GO1. And item GO1 is a resolution directing the superintendent to develop and implement a plan for a University of California A through G for all students. This is an action item, board members. Can I get a motion and okay, you want some conversation about it?
So moved for purposes of discussion.
Okay, we have a motion for discussion, and can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Mr. DeBeck.
Okay. The recommendations, because he didn't want me embarrassing him. At any rate, the recommendation from the steering committee that we or people that we had suggested that we have recommendation to the board regarding the pros and cons of implementing it. But this particular motion implies that we're directing the superintendent to come out with ways to do it. I prefer to have the study made, and I don't mind having people report back to us with the consequences. But I have done some checking, and it's, for example, if somebody wants to do career preparation as well as participate in a music program for their full high school, it's not possible to do that with the A to G requirements. The only way to do that is to give up some time during the 4 years for their 4 years of the subjects I mentioned. So, for example, if somebody has a career interest in auto mechanics and there's or construction technology, then the odds are that if they're forced to take the A to G requirement and they also have another interest, which is possible.
Music, yeah.
They like to play a musical instrument, and they started it earlier. That wouldn't be possible under the A to G requirements, and it may even be a problem for our current graduation requirements. So I'd rather have, while I understand this is being portrayed by some as a civil rights thing, I have a feeling that it may be depriving some people of opportunities in the curriculum, and I don't think that directing the superintendent for a plan to implement is exactly what I would support. I would want to have recommendations regarding what the consequences of a plan might be, rather than just automatically saying to him, figure out a way to implement this problem. Because I think it is a problem. And I use the example, I continue to use it. If you have a carton of eggs and that represents the master schedule for a school, and you force everybody to take say a whole lot of those eggs, you're taking out a lot of eggs from the carton that are choices that kids may want to make. And that's as simple as I can make it. There's just so many, a dozen eggs has a dozen eggs, and you can't put in more eggs unless you take out some eggs. And if we can make our current graduation requirements meet A to G and force the kids to take them, then I think that's appropriate. And I'll speak more when the consequences come back, because the other part of this is, if you took A to G for a full high school time with C's, that doesn't expand your opportunities at all. because what you've got is all the requirements for A to G, but none of the proficiencies in the course that would get you admission to the university anyway. So the consequences of forcing A to G on kids could be limiting choices and not necessarily to the benefit of the kids who are actually asking for it right now. So I'd rather have that study on the consequences than to have it on how to implement.
Kamara, please. Yeah, and I know that the superintendent has made a push for increased advanced placement courses in all of our schools, and the inequity with that is, was brought to our attention last year, and we have pushed in that direction, and I think that that's an admirable goal. But in looking at the review of the A to G course sequence, I am concerned that it's a particular group of people that are driving this, and I think that's immediately apparent when you look at the people who were attending the as we were directed to do here, who participated in this committee, which. The representation was largely all from one high school as far as the high school students are concerned showing up, which made it look almost more like a class assignment, although I assume there's some passion there. And I would like a broader discussion throughout the district before, there wasn't any representation from some parts of the district, and it's certainly going to affect all of the students. I would like a deeper discussion, and I think that's actually exactly what the discussion group concluded, is that there is a need for further investigation and in-depth study, as I read here, before making recommendations to the board. So I don't believe that there should be any particular action today, except perhaps to develop a more representative stakeholder group to talk about this. I understand the urgency, but I also know that I don't want to do this just to say that we did it. I want to make sure that it's done right and that the implications are discussed, at a broader level throughout the district, particularly since we've already implemented the advanced placement courses. We are taking steps in that direction, but I want us to do this because it's good for the district, not because any particular group says that it's something that we have to do so they can take it off their to-do list. It's too important, and it's too meaningful. I mean, I really want this to have input from the entire district and discussions, and I don't think that to the point that maybe we board members have a representative, on the steering committee, but I'd like to make sure that all of our communities are represented in the discussion and are at the table, and not simply administrators, not simply people that are driving this. So,
Superintendent Career.
Thank you, President Jackson. I know during my short time in the district, we have strongly advocated for increased rigor in our high school. Increased rigor for all students, not just some students, not just some parts of the county, but for all students. This A to G curriculum is not new to California. School districts from San Jose to LA to San Francisco have all adopted the A to G curriculum for their student body. And the reason that most people have done so is because of the increased rigor that you're asking out of all of your students. This is a curriculum where all students take it, not like an advanced placement course where just more kids take it. This is not something that I feel like is being driven by any one group. I think it's being driven pretty hard by me and most of the people on our senior staff that deal with academics. I do think for whatever reason, we seem to have attracted a group of people that are passionate about it, and that's fine. Karen Bockover, I thought, did an admirable job of presenting all of you with various scenarios of kids, different kind of kids who could take A to G coursework that were interested in the arts and could still get all the art courses that they could ever want to take. I think that she did the same with vocational education. There is a number of VOED courses that are not A to G courses that kids could still take. Basically, if you think about the A to G curriculum, to me the big difference is requiring all students to take 2 foreign languages, which can occur at the middle school level for some children. I do not and would not advocate implementing any kind of requirement that I thought would in any way diminish the arts programs in our schools or the vocational education courses. We have applied, as you know, for a grant from the Irvine Foundation, a $3 million grant, to help us implement multiple pathways in our district. That is an expansion and a focus of our vocational technical education coursework. And I would be no part to diminishing what kids will want to do with their career or with their life. What I simply want to make sure is that all kids have access to very rigorous courses. And someone made the statement the other day that, well, you can take all the A to G courses in San Diego high schools right now. That's not an accurate statement. We have at least one school where that's not an option for all of our kids. And so I just want to be clear that this is not something that I feel like is being forced on me as a superintendent by any individual or any group. I don't force very well. And that just wouldn't happen. So I just want to make those comments.
Mr. Barrera?
Yeah, I just want to just to get the discussion going. I want to actually make a motion that we adopt the resolution before us with.
Already been moved.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And seconded.
You have to keep up,
You
Richard.
did it, and you amended the.
You were out
the
kibitzing, and we.
No, we didn't amend it.
Okay, so then, all right, so then for discussion. So I think we need to amend it then.
Okay, very good.
So under the first, therefore be it resolved. If you look at it, it says that the Board of Education directs the superintendent to ensure that every district high school provide every student with equitable access to the coursework necessary to meet UCCSU admission eligibility requirements. Beginning with it, I want to amend it to, instead of the 2009-10 academic year, that it says beginning with the 2010-11 academic year. I think the notion here is that we would put together a stakeholder group to plan this, but that we are making a commitment that we would move forward and implement this in the 2010-11 academic year.
If they still recommend. Okay, the motion maker and seconder, is that okay with you?
Well, I have to say, Richard, you have a way of rushing me into the labor and delivery room before I even sure I want to have a baby. Okay.
That's metaphorical.
Okay.
Well, let me just say, point made. Okay. So and Dr. Greer, thank you. I do appreciate it. But having been someone who went through the blueprint episode and having come late to that party, and having heard all the hue and cry about one size fits all, and not every kid is going to university, and not every kid is going to college, and having been beat up around the head and shoulders in that regard, I just really want to make, I want people to understand what it is in every corner of this district, what it is that we're committed to, and rather than to continue the metaphor of delivering this baby and just saying this is ours, because as we all know with children, you can't take them back once they're already here.
Dr. Evans?
Okay, well, first of all, I would just like to applaud the people, in particular the students, who have been working on this. I think it's very commendable to be pressuring a school board to be fighting for higher achievement and greater academic rigor. And as Dr. Greer was pointing out, that really is the issue here. We're looking at academic rigor. There was an article in the New York Times in the last few days that was talking about different groups that were actually had higher achievement compared to other groups, and in the study it showed that it wasn't based on higher IQ. It was based on other factors in terms of what they were doing, and I think if we're expecting more, we will get more out of our students. I think last time when we first saw it, there definitely were some problems in terms it was presented, this is the way it is, and the questions about will it work. There was the issue of talking about UC requirements and the fact that you had to have a 3.0 to get into UC and so forth. And this was all very confusing because there's no way that we were going to turn around and have every student have a high grade point average. So I think what we've done with the steering committee is go back and take a calmer look at this and really plan it out carefully. You certainly can. There certainly are many students that go through high school that meet all of the ADG requirements and participate in music, that participate in other electives, participate in athletics and other things. There can be a wide range of experiences, so we're not excluding that. One of the things that other districts have done in terms of the ADG requirements is that they have blended it with what we're calling career tech or vocational courses, so that it does not mean you're on this track or that track. We're basically preparing students for a lifetime of learning. And I've certainly been a big advocate of the fact that not every kid wants to go to college, or not every kid should go to college, in terms of that's not their desire, that they do not want an academic career. There are many other work opportunities, and there are other educational opportunities. People that go through into the various technical trades spend as many years sometimes in their apprenticeship and learning hands-on than others in comparison to students who are in an academic setting. So the whole point here is to have students graduate with the choice of going to college, with the choice of going into another type of vocational career. It's holding out all those options. And where does this come from in terms of it being a civil rights issue? It comes from the fact that we have in the past tracked students and said, this is the track that you're going to go on in your life, and to someone else, this is the track that you're going to go on in your life. And we're saying, no, everybody should have all of the choices before them. And the very first step is, as Dr. Greer was saying, is to have all of these courses offered at every high school, but we need to go a lot further than offered in terms of actually making the students make the choices, making them very aware of what the possibilities are. So I think this is a very deliberate approach. Now, we are not going to get into a situation of something that is not going to work. We're going to look at what has worked and what has not worked in other districts. We're going to have this committee or another group continue to work on this over time. I agree with Ms. Nakamura that it needs to be a very representative group of all different types of schools and students and families in the district. But I think we can move forward with this. The point is not just to say, yes, this is something that we want to do someday, that we are going to take the first step to implement them, and we will be on the road to accomplishing this.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to a round of public comment. Is that okay? Sure. All right. And we're going to do 2 minutes per speaker. We'll get right over our 20 minutes at that particular point. First speaker is Manuel Gonzalez, followed by Key Hagan, followed by David Morales, Lula Burby, Sally Smith. First 5 speakers, if you head down this way.
Greetings, Manuel Gonzalez. My residence is in Miss Jackson's area. My son, who addressed you last time when you considered this item, attends La Jolla High in Mr. DeBeck's area. And our pathways have crossed with Ms. Nakamura from Hearst to Muirland to now. I don't come from one single group. This is my 5th student through the district that I will be sending off to college. And that's how I introduced myself to the task force that invited me to submit the same considerations I'll give to you. Aru has been accepted to Harvard. He was the only student at La Jolla High. He commuted to La Jolla for the high school period and for the middle school. His older brother, attended Princeton, and he lived in the same region and had the same resources that we have been able to draw from now. His brother, who was a varsity athlete in high school and played for the U.S. Water polo team, is a biologist in a startup here in San Diego, came out of your district. His sister is working for the State Department with a master's from Georgetown, and having attended also a high school in your system, and working with the resources we have and with the circumstances that many other parents like me have. I'm here to tell you that when the code says that you need to, I'll read it. Any pupil who has successfully completed his or her education through grade 10 with the written consent of his or her parent or guardian may choose to follow either a traditional college preparatory curriculum or a career preparatory program established to pursue the section number quoted. Well, the time is gone. But you cannot assume that this is coming from one political group. These are the parents. We believe in our kids. You need to believe on them too, because if you raise the standard, they will match up to that challenge, and they will deliver for you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Some of you might know me already. My name is David Morales. I come from Mission Bay High School, but in reality, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what school I go to or the name of it, because these schools that are getting affected by the lack of a dignified education are many, and they're all similar. They have the same demographics, mostly black and Latino students. And the schools that have lower graduation rates, lower college entrance rates, and lower A through G completion rates are all similar, composed of low-income students from low-income communities. This is a civil liberties issue. Other students and I have attended the meetings that were set up to discuss the A through G resolution with the paid district personnel. I must admit that it was a very disappointing experience, because at these meetings, the people that were supposed to make the decision for the affected students were on the contrary, making excuses on why not to implement A through G, saying that we, the black and Latino students, are not up to the coursework. How can they say this when most of them are counselors in schools up north where no change is needed, where they don't see what we see? Mr. DeBeck, you have told us that a default A through G curriculum is restricting for aspiring artists, musicians, or other students who do not wish to attend a four-year university. But Mr. DeBeck, with an A through G curriculum, there would still be enough space to pursue the art classes and band classes. In fact, these classes are required for the A through G curriculum. Dear board members, it's simple. We're not really asking for much, but to work with us to take the first step for equal education. Adopt the A through G resolution. Create equal education for all. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Lula Berhe, and I'm a student from Mission Bay as well. I believe that A through G requirements should be the default curriculum at my school. Being subjected to the A through G standards will enhance the education received by students. Administrations, teachers, and counselors believe that A through G requirements are not necessary for those who wish to become artists, musicians, or actors. However, receiving a better education will only help us in the long run. 60% of students change their mind of what they wish to become as they enter college. Whether it's deciding to become a psychologist, a doctor, or even a lawyer, A through G will be the first step towards their goal. A through G requirements will also get students ready for any college, including community colleges. It's mandatory for all students, even those who wish to be in the drama, art, or music industry in college, to take all of the A through G courses. So why not benefit from these courses now instead of having to pay for them at a community college? The purpose of high school is to get kids ready for college in the real world. So shouldn't we do everything possible to ready students for what is coming their way and prepare to overcome any obstacle? Whether it's paying for college and dealing with income tax or simply being interviewed for a job, the education received will only benefit students for everything that comes their way. The A through G demonstrates equality education. It's downgrading how a larger percentage of Caucasian students in the northern areas, like La Jolla High School, have a complete education for students, but in schools like Mission Bay, where the majority of students belong to a minority race, quality education is not enforced. Many counselors automatically place students in the easy elective classes as if they believe that certain students won't do well in certain academic classes. They seem to believe that receiving an A in an elective class is better than receiving a C in an academic course. But the academic courses will better prepare them for courses they will take in college. And this does not limit students in just receiving academic courses. Elective courses such as music and art will be available for students who wish to major in those areas in the future. Can I? Okay, but A through G courses need to be mandatory and should be the underlying requirements for all students. Not having A through G requirements as a default curriculum does not provide us with an equal education. It makes us feel that we cannot take the same courses as the kids from La Jolla as if we were less intelligent. The students of my community have the same capability to excel in these A through G courses as the white students from La Jolla. We should be given dignified education. We should be given A through G as a default curriculum. Thank you.
Des Durfee, Gloria Espesep, Edith Smith, Juan Orazo, Julian Quinoza, and Alberto Ochoa.
I'm Gloria Espeseth. I live at 6848 Deer Hollow Place, 92120. I like the spirit and the goal of this, but I'm here. It was odd to check the, opposed, but because I don't think that this will accomplish what it does or what its goal is, and these are my reasons. First of all, it gives a false message about having only one option about getting into UC-CSU schools. With the transfer agreements between community colleges and UC-CSU schools, the truth is that academic performance at the community college is what the college will look at. Whether or not you even took an SAT or accomplished the A to G in high school is not the issue when you are trying to transfer in as a junior. What is needed is rigor in all the courses so that you can be successful in community college if that's the way you go. Secondly, it is about rigor, and there's nothing about having a checklist approach that's going to change rigor. When we look at the kind of problem we have in algebra, which we know from our proficient and advanced scores of the CST, we know that we have a problem that's not going to be solved just by check marks. Parents have been agitating for algebra for 7th grade students and geometry for 8th grade students, and we still don't have it at all the middle schools. And if we have high schools that don't have all the coursework to meet A to G, then I want to know where the school improvement officers are, because that's just really unconscionable for kids. If counselors are not working with students and parents to challenge them to the highest level of coursework, let's hold counselors accountable. Finally, I just think it's not inspiring, and I said this a couple weeks ago, it's not inspiring to somebody who's kind of in the middle of the BC range, who's, for somebody to say you have to take the UC A to G requirements. I mean, they already know that there are kids that don't get in with 4.0s. At least pre-package it or package it so that those kids can be inspired.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Juan Orozco, you have my address on file. On behalf of the Association of Raza Educators, an organization that defends the human rights of the Raza community and also critically analyzes the educational disparities, or better known as the achievement gap, between students of color in comparison to students of European descent, it is urgent that we address the A through G resolution as an opportunity for this body to take a huge step forward to ensure that all students receive a quality and equal education. As a high school counselor, I understand that all students are not college-bound. However, I also know that research states that most college-bound students are ill-prepared to begin their first year in college, with a high percentage taking remedial courses. Furthermore, courses for most technical and or vocational careers are offered at community colleges. In my experience, students are completely capable of succeeding if given the opportunity and resources to take the complete set of A through G requirements. But I can't understand why in certain communities it is of low importance and others it's the norm. It all has to do with the historical gap. In order to eradicate institutionalized racism and discrimination in all its forms, we must be willing to have a high standards for our youth, regardless of social, race, and economic status. Yes, this action will take the time and money, but the investment of having a well-educated and literate public will be advantageous as they take their place in serving the greater San Diego community. What we like to know is the reasons why this investment should not be made. We know what students will benefit from this change and why any board of education will want to deny students south of 8 the opportunity to fulfill these requirements that will lead towards a college education. We know that many educators believe that all students are not college-bound. Some believe that some students aren't college material. What does this board believe? Your actions will speak much louder than words. For this reason, the Association of Raza Educators endorses the efforts being waged today in having the A through G courses sequenced as a default curriculum for the San Diego City schools.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Edith Smith again. I come in support of the measure for the A through G curriculum. I support this because I believe that all students nationally need to be critical thinkers, and A through G is what we have at this point that would most likely provide that. I don't support it 100% for all students. We have students in our district that fall in the severely disabled categories, and we have a track, for lack of a better word, for those students. But A through G should be our curriculum, and I believe that parents should have a choice. We have a current curriculum in place. We might need to modify it or improve it. And if parents want that track, they need to sign every single year to say that they want their child not to be on that A through G track. I think that is a simple approach. I think we need to look at graduating better critical thinkers, and even if they all have all C's, I think they'll be more and better prepared. And if our parents are disenfranchised with not enough information, if we have them sign for each and every year that they do not want their child on track, they have the opportunity to get better information. And Dr. Greer, you said something earlier about increased rigor for high school push-out. That's a good idea, but a bad philosophy. Our kids come to high school at 4th and 5th grade levels, and if we push at a high school level, we push them out. We have to start it much earlier than high school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julian Quinones. I'm at 3352 Polk Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the San Diego County Democratic Party. I'm a member of the executive board. Last month at our governance meeting, the San Diego County Democratic Party passed a resolution in support of having all school districts in San Diego County begin the process of transitioning to A through G default curriculum for all high school students. The Democratic Party is committed to providing quality public education for students regardless of whether they attend Hoover High School or La Jolla High School. I am a product of this school district. I went to Hoover High. I had the pleasure of working at Hoover High during my college years, and I can tell you, Hoover High has less A through G classes and less AP classes than other high schools in this district. And I can tell you, someone that worked with high school kids for 5 years, if you expect them and hold them to higher standards, they will achieve. We, the Democratic Party, hope that you adopt this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you. I did call you already.
I'm sorry,
Both
I have
of
a
you.
hearing loss.
Okay.
I didn't hear it. Thank you. I'm Sally Smith, 3551 Lord Street, and I'm just here to support this idea, to look at it, especially the graduation requirements, and taking a good look at them and seeing that all those graduation requirements are helping our kids.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Alberto Choa, 92111. I'm here representing the San Diego County Latino Coalition on Education, and I'm here to strongly support the resolution to make the A to G the default curriculum. I strongly recommend that we collectively raise the academic rigor for all students, specifically low-income students in our community. Support of the resolution will begin to support two major principles of our democracy: equal access to the core curriculum for all students, the principle of equal encouragement, the belief and action to raise and support equitable expectations for the development of skills for access to the high technological, academic, and professional careers that we face today. Is the implementation of the resolution a simple process? Of course not. The idea of the steering committee is a very, very positive step. It will demand that we focus on the issues, that we work through the possible problems that may arise, but that we hold each other accountable to make this an operational and truly authentic resolution of providing equal access to all of our students. As has been stated, this resolution requires that we establish strong roots in making the A2G possible beginning in preschool. It is a preschool to high school process. It is not simply a high school process. So all of our schools, from preschool to the elementary, to the secondary, to the high schools, need to be held accountable. Please count on our strong support of our community to make the A2G not simply a selective idea for some, but an action that benefits all of our students. Thank you.
Dr. Ochoa and others that have spoken this evening, I want to speak first, then I'll see who else wants to speak more on this item. What will be needed will be continued community support. We do want rigor, and we know that we want to have equal access for all students throughout the unified school district. But to ensure that that happens, many times people put things in places that are not followed through. And people have seen that lots of areas. And one I point to often is our algebra. And algebra was even at the state level accepted to be required as an 8th grade course. And many of the students that are failing it are our kids, our black and brown kids, because there was no support system in mind to help them prepare for that. That's not only a district problem, it's a community problem, because people have to be held accountable. And that has been my word all year, and I'll use that word again tonight. It's not just a matter of passing this resolution to ensure that we have equal access for our children. It's about us doing what Dr. Ochoa just done, and many other speakers, is coming up, advocating, but staying there, staying in the loop, following through, being on these committees. Because if you're not on the committees, if you're not constantly watching, as people transition, things go away, things get lost. And then we end up 4 or 5 years from now, like we have our algebra program, with many black and brown kids not being successful, leaving school early in the 8th grade because they can't get past the state requirement of passing algebra in the 8th grade. There is no doubt that there is often disparities among our schools. But my master thesis just happened to have been in teacher expectations. And I know how important it is for teachers to have high expectations of all children. And I think that is one of the things that this resolution gets at. It gets at the people that are sitting here on the dais, says that we have high expectations for all of our students. Therefore, we expect our staff to have high expectations for all of our students. In here it goes on to say that we will form the committee, and the committee will look at how we're providing the staff training and staff development for our teachers to ensure that they do have high expectations. How do we ensure that every school not only has access, but the qualified staff at the school to ensure that the students that want to take these courses are there? That our counselors are making sure that the courses are available and the students are being educated. And then lastly, that the parents are educated. Not just educated that your child want to take A through G course, but what does that mean? because sometimes we say things to people, they don't know what the end result means, and they don't know why it's important. And we mentioned earlier about parent education, not just parent involvement, but actually educating the parents. And it's not just a high school thing, it's a K-12 item. Because if we don't prepare our students, then when they get to high school, we can put them in A through G courses, and they're going to fail. And that is not a good feeling for our students. So our district has to have high standards and aggressive standards for all of our kids, K-12. And so that is why this is a good start, and this is a start, but it's certainly not the end. And I want to make sure that all the staff hears that as well. Board members like to speak? We'll do another round?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind. Okay. I've seen this before, and sometimes in the I heard a parent just now say that one way to solve this would be to have parents select whether their kids would not to be in the A to G track, and yet if the A to G track is required for graduation, then they wouldn't have that option. But I've seen this. It's called in my long years. I've seen this as a way to solve a problem by creating or eliminating other choices. Right now, kids have a graduation choice, and I know there's some schools, and it's wrong that they don't have A to G courses available. I think it's unconscionable for a school, the high school, not to have A to G courses available for all the kids. On the other hand, I think it's not right to force kids into an A to G curriculum when they have career plans that don't include that. And I'll use an example. If you go to San Diego Community Colleges and you take a 2-year program in health, it did not require the A to G requirements. It will get you, in 2 years, a job that pays better than a teacher with a master's degree, with a 4-year degree. Now then, the question is, should we have a kid that says, I want to go in the health career and I want to be an x-ray technician? Do they have to take all these courses, or can they take, I'll call it, courses that relate to that technical training they had? It might be courses that are not in the A-to-G classification that include medical vocabulary, physiology that maybe specialized for medical, but not necessarily specialized for the physiology that the University of California expects. So there are possibilities that you may find yourself in a situation where you're saying, I want to force this choice on all the kids because that guarantees my kid gets the course I want them to have to take. At the same time, you're excluding kids from their choices, which might be to take 2 years of ROTC, or 4 years of ROTC, and 4 years of career preparation, and 4 years of music, which they can't do and still meet the A to G requirements. It's the egg carton thing. We had years and years in California and all over the country, we had this concept of a comprehensive high school. The idea was that a comprehensive high school would give kids choices. That's different than the European system of taking a branch and saying, at a certain point, like the 9th grade, you're going to be vocational or you're going to be academic. That wasn't the way it was. It was you got choices, and during my career, I took college prep courses, but I took a full solid batch of vocational ed preparation courses, some of which I used later in my life to great benefit, even though, I ended up with a 4-year degree and a master's degree. So I can't see, for example, saying, if I choose to eliminate options for kids in order to benefit my children, that I'm necessarily making choices. I think what you're doing is, for the purposes of getting a certain outcome, you're restricting the choices of other kids. There's never been a case where kids could not or were precluded from taking A to G requirements in the school district unless the school had made the mistake of not having those courses available to kids all along. Now, I think that's totally wrong. I wouldn't agree with that at all. But the fact that they couldn't choose because the school made that choice was very, very criminal. But to use that as proof that you therefore have got to require every kid to go into an A to G program is not going to be, it's legislation of curriculum as a one-size-fits-all idea. That bothers me. It's bothered me from the get-go. And I think that you can have very demanding courses. And I remember doing this in another district. We worked to get, for example, in an agricultural course, we worked real hard with the farmers in the community to get that course counted as an A to G class. What happened was the curriculum that had them learning how to operate and how to plow a straight line had to be taken out. There was only so much time during the day to teach agriculture. As a result, we ended up teaching more botany than we did agriculture. So the kids that left the school were okay to go to Davis if they had A's or B's, which they didn't, but they couldn't go to work in the farm plowing fields. There is a trade-off sometimes, and sometimes kids want to do certain things with their hands, and if you're saying the only way they're going to get to do that is to go to a community college, I think you're limiting their opportunities for exposure in a lot of different arenas, and that's why I have this problem. I think A to G is already there for kids to take. If it isn't, we should make it there. But I don't think it should be the default for every kid, and that's where I'm having trouble. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also struggling with this for a number of reasons. I know that San Francisco's adopted this and LA has adopted this, but Long Beach didn't adopt this, and that's one of the most award-winning districts in the state of California. And I'd like to know why. Ms. Jackson, you talked about counselors and the importance of support that way. I'm asking, in this budget environment, what counselors? We just cut or added, rather, 50 more students to the high school load of our counselors, and we did that last week on Tuesday. It's on the agenda. I agree with you regarding the high school dropout, or the algebra problem. We also have an extraordinary amount of remediation in college for our kids that are already going there. I guess I'm concerned about putting this in place and not giving kids not just a dream deferred, but a broken dream. That, we have university professors that get to, kids that are admitted to college somehow or another already right now, and they arrive and they don't have the preparation that they need, and it's the university professors that get to say, I'm sorry, but no, you're not going to be a biologist or an architect or whatever it happens to be, and because you don't have the skills in the background. And I understand that this is trying to get after actually getting them those skills in that background, but I don't think saying something, this isn't Star Trek. You can't just say, make it so. I want more input. I am very concerned that we're putting more pressure on the high schools when we haven't fixed elementary school, that we're progressing kids through, and we haven't really had a full discussion about what this means, just because we like the idea. When I look at the list of who actually was on this committee, I see 3 members from the ACLU, 3 members from Career Tech. Counseling and Guidance had 4 people. Curriculum and Instruction had 3 people. The Deputy Superintendent had a representative in Barbara Asaro, who is not the Deputy Superintendent, but at least was represented there. We had another administrator. The Office of Language Acquisitions was good there. But parents and teachers, there were 12 representatives from Mission Bay High School and 1 from Wilson. That's an overload of representation from one school. Principals, we had 4 principals, which was good, and a little more variety there, but Research and Evaluation had 3, San Diego Education Consortium had 2, San Diego Latino Coalition 1, School Improvement Officers 4, Special Education, which is very important, had 2, and then teachers, the teachers, again, it's mostly, Wilson and Mission Bay. So Wilson and Mission Bay had the preponderance of representation from the people who are most going to be affected, the teachers and the kids, in this committee. I have a real problem with that. That's not democracy. You know, this is going to deeply, hopefully, if it's done right, if it has the effect we want it to have, it has, you know, a very, we need a broader representation of what this really means, and I think a deeper discussion than 1 month, you know, would suggest, particularly when not every district in this state who has considered this has adopted it. And I think, you know, that if I want to know those reasons why they have and why they haven't, and I want schools within this district to have the opportunity to talk about that, because you can't just say, make it so. You know, just making a command doesn't make it happen, and I really have a problem with that. Again, I you know, congratulate the superintendent on the increase. Or the decrease in the graduation rate from 17% to 9%, and I believe he knows what he's doing on this, but I'd like just more communication, and it is I'm just simply not, I'm not, this is really important, and if it goes south, if this goes wrong on us, it's going to be wrong for a very long time. I want to do it right. I really want to do it right, and I want to make sure that we hear from everybody who is concerned. And I don't see on this list, I don't see that. I don't see it.
Superintendent Greer, Dr. Evans, and then Mr. Barrera.
I just want to take a quick second to remind everyone what we're talking about. We're talking about students taking 15 courses or 30 hours. They currently have to take 44 hours to graduate. Now, when you think about that, that leaves them a lot of courses to take. We're talking about every child in our school district being required to take 2 history/social science courses. They're already doing that. Mm-hmm. We're asking them to take 4 years of English. Well, they're already doing that too. We're asking them to take 2 years of laboratory science. Now, some are and some aren't. But that's not that big of a change. We're asking our students to take 1 year of visual and performing arts year long. Not a semester of this and a semester of that, but to have more of an in-depth study of that particular art. We're asking them to take a college prep elective. And that can be a variety of different things, from advanced mathematics to lab science, a third foreign language, because we're asking them to take 2 foreign languages, which is new for all of our students. 2 years.
It's not 2 foreign languages.
Yeah, the same language, 2 years.
Right.
And we're asking them to take 3 years of mathematics, which is Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry, basically. And that's what you're requiring every kid in the district to take. And I just wanted to be clear that we understood that, and it leaves a lot of room in those 30 units of credit that they're taking, between 30 units of credit and 44 units of credit that we're currently requiring for graduation. We also have in this resolution, you're directing me to put together a committee to look at graduation requirements. Some of the districts around that have implemented A to G curriculums, or curriculums like this in other states, have implemented what you've heard me talk of many times is a different diplomas, a standard diploma, and then an A to G gold standard A to G diploma, which might look like something like 44 units of credit, and taking all these courses and having a 3.0 average and a 2.0 average in all courses. That's your true A to G diploma. A standard diploma might look like something where you would take all these courses, but you wouldn't have to have a C average in all the courses, and you wouldn't have to have a 3.0 overall, and you might have 40 units of credit, which would leave you more units to take art, to take vocational courses. There's nothing right now that keeps a student in San Diego Unified from graduating with 48 units of credit if they want to. 44 is a minimal unit. So I just wanted to remind us what we were talking about here. It's 2 years of the same language basically, and it's basically requiring all kids to take algebra, algebra 1, and geometry. That's basically it. There may be a little difference here or there, but that's basically it.
Dr. Evans?
Okay. I do agree with some of the concerns that the opponents have. Excuse me. I think we certainly do have to have elements of choice and options. I think one of the examples of when Dr. Greer is talking about the graduation requirements, where we set the bar very low, is to pass 44 out of 48 courses, which results in many seniors going to school for half a day during their senior year. I mean, we have a very low bar in terms of what we're expecting, and I think there's a lot more flexibility there. I do support the A to G requirement and this resolution, but I would not support it if this was going to result in less students graduating. And I think in San Jose and some of the other districts we actually see that as they increase the rigor and they increase the requirements, it also increased the graduation rate overall of all the students. I think one of the problems when we talk about the ADG is when we're talking about the University of California and the reality that it's extremely difficult to get into most of the University of California campuses, which makes it come across as very elite and very difficult. And the reality is that these are requirements for University of California. They're also requirements for California State University. And as someone pointed out to me, as actually Dr. Pat Washington pointed out to me, it also better prepares students to enter community college. It is really shameful, both in community college and the four-year colleges, the number of students who have to that are accepted into the colleges and have to take remedial courses to prepare them for college work. We want to increase graduation rates, but we want graduating to actually mean something, so that you are actually prepared to enter into college or prepared to be successful in a career. And just a side note, I think it's important that we not over-focus on education in terms of job preparation and what type of income you can have, what job you're going to get. Education, as we put in our mission statement, is to the skills, motivation, curiosity, resilience to succeed. One of the phrases that we have in there at one point is as productive citizens. And productive citizens certainly means having a good job, but it's also being an active participant in civil society. So this A to G requirement does not do it all. If we pass this and say that's it, we really haven't accomplished that much. It's just the very first step. And I think as President Jackson pointed out, we need to have higher expectations. In my work, I talk with people from families that are north of 8, north of 52, north of 56, who are very comfortable, and they have their kids in preschool, and they're very concerned about the quality of their preschool because they're already figuring out how they're going to get their kid into Harvard or to MIT. Those expectations make a difference throughout their career, and we need to set up a system that allows us to have those type of expectations for all of our students. And people are right when they're saying, okay, we just impose it at the high school level and that's it. That's not going to produce the result. We have to go all the way down. And I keep talking about the year 2020. I visited some first grade classes this week that are graduating in the year 2020, and I would hope that as we implement this over time, that these students who are in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade are going to be very successful with this system. We don't want a rigid system. We talk about it being a default curriculum. It does not mean that there would never be any sort of exception to this. But the default is that we have high expectations, as opposed to the default is that we have high expectations for certain students. So again, I don't think this does it all. I think it's a very first step, and I think that what's going to make the difference is our continued monitoring of this throughout the coming year. We talk in the resolution, just some of the words of the resolution, meeting the UC AG requirements. It's made up of rigorous courses teaching core skills to prepare students not only to enter college, but to become lifelong learners in a changing economy and a changing world. This is what we want to prepare our students for in San Diego.
Yeah, just very quickly. I will support this resolution tonight, and I think that I think Mr. DeBeck is putting a challenge out there that we have to respect, which is to make sure that we're not forcing students and schools to choose between rigorous academic a rigorous academic program and a rigorous career technical education program. I think we can't allow that to become a choice. I think Ms. Nakamura is pushing us in the right direction as well, which is to, as we go through the year of putting this strategy together, that our stakeholder group is representative. And that we look at the practices of other school districts. So I think both of these challenges are important, and we've got to keep those in mind. But I think what it comes down to is for many students in this district, A to G is already the default curriculum. It's the default curriculum because the parent that stood up here and talked about the amazing things that his kids have done. Those kids never had a choice. A to G was going to be their curriculum, and that parent made that parent sort of took away, in a sense, that choice from his kids, not to restrict their opportunities, but to open up their opportunities. And I think we just need to follow the lead of that parent. I think we need to. I think we make A to G the default, option for every student in our district, so that we can open up, their opportunities. And I think the parent is gone, but I would like to personally invite that parent to participate in this committee. Oh, he's here. All right. Well, I'm signing you up right now. I'm restricting your choice. You gotta be on this committee. All right. Well, thank you. So,
okay, we're going to.
I have one more round, or we're going to vote.
No, you want to talk?
I still, again, I appreciate all of the comments up here, but I am, again, Dr. Greer. We cut 28 counselors. A lot of them went out on the CERT, but we cut 28 counselors. So how are you going to get after this professional development and making sure that the kids have what they need? Because I am, painfully aware that it's not enough to just say we want this.
Well, I think one of our parents said it very wisely when this is not a program that you just start at the high school level. I think she's very much correct, and I appreciate her saying that. I think it does start in our pre-kindergarten and kindergarten programs, and it does have a lot to do with what we're doing in summer session and what we do at the middle school level. I think that's one of the reasons that you see the proposal that you would start with the 10, 11, 8th graders and cascade this up, because we've got a lot of work to do. I know Chuck's looking at doing a lot of work with redesigning the curriculum department to where we do not spend a lot of time writing curriculum, but that we spend a lot of time with differentiated staff training for our teachers. And I think that's a real key. And I think all of us are saying the right things. But I also know that this is not going to change unless the board decides to change it. And this is about, I believe, more than anything else that we're talking about expectations for all of our children. This is not going to be easy work. None of us that are advocating for it thinks that it will be. But I know I worked in districts where the number of our non-white students taking advanced placement courses increased over 300 percentage points, and kids didn't drop out of school. Our scholarships went up from $26 million a year to $77 million a year over a 5 or 6 year period. And the majority of that was kids that were not having access to rigor heretofore. I think the big question here is again, what assurances can the staff make and this committee come back with that's not going to have a negative impact on our vocational technical courses what kind of guarantees and assurances can we make when we come back that this will not have a negative impact on our arts programs, and how can you have an integrated curriculum that's going to do all of this and yet make sure that all of our kids are exposed to much higher standards. You know, I know you know Katie Haycock with the Education Trust, and one of their big pushes right now is kids having access to 3 years of math, particularly Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry. And that's something that they as an organization are pushing. So this is not something that you're looking at doing in isolation as a district. Why Long Beach didn't pass this, I don't know. I can certainly try to find out, but quite frankly, whether they did or didn't is not big on my agenda. It really isn't.
Well, I guess I guess it's I'm concerned about resources and the counselors. I'm also concerned about this steering committee, and I think you've heard me on that, and that it be representative and not so one school heavy, but that we really have a true discussion. Because I can tell you there are going to be people that come down here. We implemented what we felt was, or I didn't actually implement it, I just had to kind of defend it, but, a physics program that we felt exposed all children to physics. And it was interesting, as that progress went along, we had parents that came down and said the class was too hard. And then we had teachers that came down and said the class is too easy, it's not rigorous enough. And they'd be talking about the same class. If you did a Venn diagram, it was like this. It didn't work. So don't think we're not going to get any pushback. And as we do this late in the school year and make this decision on establishing a steering committee, it better be representative, and you better be prepared that I think this audience is more than half empty. So
I think that
we've heard you very clearly about that. And I'll say this to you: there's no question in my mind that we won't have people on our staff, from teachers to administrators to guidance counselors, that won't come up and say you're setting these kids up for failure. I'm going to be very surprised if you don't have people come standing right up there in front of you that say that you're going to increase your dropout rate. I've heard this for years as you've tried to raise academic standards, particularly for students that have not had the opportunity to take courses like this.
If we can continue this debate, it has always been fascinating to me, but it is. When we look at what we did for science in this district, okay, because we have 3 years and most of the school districts surrounding us only have 2, that we had more kids exposed to science, and that was certainly true. But when you looked at our test scores in science, they were significantly lower than other school districts, which made us look absolutely horrible. But when you looked at the absolute numbers of children who were actually being exposed to science and passing it, we actually had more kids. So I'm going to vote on this. I'm going to go ahead and support this based on this debate. But I am worried about kids dropping out. I am worried about kids being discouraged and giving up. But the fact that you've got a plan for a tiered graduation diploma, makes me a lot more comfortable. So, and among other things,
the item on the floor is there was a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. There was a amendment to change the first paragraph.
Can I accept the amendment?
Okay, all right.
And just so I understand, we are expecting a very representative steering committee. This steering committee was made of...
Okay, the item, and let me just clear it up right now. If you look at the resolution, the item that contains the steering committee says, the superintendent shall establish a steering committee made up of all impacted stakeholders, including parents, students, representatives from English language learners, special education community, employees, employee organizations, which includes teachers, counselors, principals, central office representation, post-secondary institution, training programs, both 4-year and 2-year, other community members, workforce development groups, business entity groups, training apprentice programs, civil rights organizations. So I think
well, actually, what would make me comfortable is if we could add another amendment to this and say include parents and students from across the district.
Okay, and so I think that
instead
what was
one school,
the initial item that was there. So that the initial in this resolution, the one that will be made up will be very inclusive of everyone.
Or dance it around.
Okay,
you're basically,
can I go ahead?
All right, but isn't it true that the statement is how to implement, not whether? Okay. So then why don't we just vote on
Okay, you call for the
whether?
Okay. All right, let's
And you
vote.
want to make a whether to implement?
Well,
That's
I'm saying I hate
Let's
these
vote-
things that
let's
are
vote for
dancing
the
around
resolution.
the issue, which is if you vote for it, it's going to
calling for the
happen anyway. If you don't vote for it, it's going to happen anyway. So it doesn't
Okay,
matter what
so
you
please
do.
vote.
Well,
We vote on the amendment first. The amendment is to change it so it starts.
two starts in that year.
Right.
And then
Okay.
also.
So this is
parents
the
and
amendment
students-
first.
Well, this is also in parents and students across the
And
district.
parents to across the district. Okay.
All
Very
right.
good.
Make that amendment.
This is for the amendment. John?
Mr. DeBeck, this is only for the amendment.
Amendment is extend it to 2010?
Yes.
Okay. This is for the amendment, and that passes 5-0. So
Okay.
now we're voting on the actual resolution with its amendments, please. And that passes 4-1. The next item that we're going to take up, thank you. The next item is item GO2. Item GO2 is the corrective action plan for 10 district schools and program improvement year 3 and restructuring of 3 district schools and program year 4. Dr. Greer, this is an action item.
Yes, President Jackson, this is an action item. It's required by law. It is pretty much self-explanatory. Staff is here to answer any questions that board members may have.
Does anyone may have, okay.
Second.
Does any members have any questions about this item? Okay, then please vote. We have no speakers. No, okay. Very good. Okay, that takes us to item G03, which is our the approval of the state required single plans for academic achievement for the 09-10
Second.
school year. Has been moved and seconded. Board member comments? Oh, come on, guys. Okay.
Read every single one of them.
Did you? Well, that's my question to the other board members. Did you read at least the executive summaries that were put in there? And first of all, let me congratulate the staff this year for including executive summaries in there. That was very nice. And the boxes delivered to our house was very nice as well.
The box.
Just so you know, the box. It was the box.
It was not a paper reduction move.
Yeah, really. No kidding.
Okay. By the warehouse people. So thank you very much, drivers and
I
everybody.
hope they were wearing one of those hernia belts, that were.
Just a couple of comments, and certainly I want to say it does look better. The goals that were set by many of the schools were not as wide as they have been in the past. A few of them are, but usually they go from something like 5% to 25%, and it's not necessarily realistic. But I do have some comments and questions about accountability, because each year we get these big box and we approve it, and then these things go on a shelf somewhere, and the superintendent has promised me that this will not go on a shelf, that these action items will be, these plans will actually be followed through. Is that I'm hearing, Superintendent?
That is absolutely correct, and quite frankly, if you've had a chance to look at your new principal evaluation instrument, we've worked with our principals and have done a good job including monitoring these plans as part of that. I'm like you, I feel much better about the proposals that are presented to you than the ones we had last year. I think we've made major strides, and I want to commend our staff in working on these. And
the final comment that I would make.
Yeah, just a question that. So, at what point do we find out if what people said they were going to do was done?
Well, basically, what we want.
Mr. Beck says no.
Basically, what we want to do is to present you with a mid-year monitoring report.
January.
That talks in January about each one of these schools and what the progress they've made towards implementing the strategies. I think that's important. I think more important, quite frankly, is whether or not these strategies work. And that's the point I've been trying to make.
Yeah.
I've seen over my career hundreds of school improvement plans, and you could do everything that's in that plan and nothing got better. And that's kind of where I'm going back to this whole concept that we talked a little bit with you about CTAC and training staff members, parents, particularly in Title I schools, to just look at the data, but also to train them how to get at the root cause of the problems, because once you find out that you've got a problem, you've got to find out what causes it, and that's what you have to really focus your resources on, is addressing that and correcting that cause.
So the board officer will make sure we have it on the agenda in January?
Sure.
Okay, yes. So let me just ask a couple of questions here. The first one says that the teachers will use the units of study and units of inquiry. And I know there have been some questions around the units of inquiry. And I'm looking at one of the schools that I spent a lot of time on. And so then the question becomes, we talk about, are we going to be still using those units of inquiry? And if not, then why are people including them as part of their single site plan?
As you know, the schools develop these plans. Some of the schools rely heavily on the units of inquiry in terms of the work that they do. That is an option they have. It's not a requirement. And if that school has decided to do that, and I can't speak directly to the school and would be glad to respond to you, then that's a choice that particular school has made to follow that. In some cases, the schools have been very successful doing that.
Okay.
Again, it's just a tool.
Okay, Mr. DeBeck.
Okay. I have yet to see the results of any of the single plans or the corrective action plans for previous years. So if there is a report that comes out of this, it's been invisible to me to this point. So then if we're going to have these kind of plans, and I've looked at them, I did. I didn't just read the summaries. I went into them and I looked at them and shook my head and said, okay, this is their plan. But you know what? I can't tell you whether it's going to be effective or not, because I don't even know what happened last year. And so each year we file these things because they're required by the state. We do this, we use it to justify how we spend our money, and then I have yet to see any of them. Now, I don't know if any of you have been sitting on this board or any others have seen the results of these plans, but these people didn't go into these plans unless they were unsuccessful anyway.
Well, let me just add.
Isn't that why they got to be in correction acted?
John's exactly right. And one of the things that we can do for you as a board is to go back and take each one of these schools and show you the progress they made last year in reading and math, and then that can give you
that'd be great.
That can give you an example of because if they didn't make any improvement, it should tell you their plan didn't work.
What I would
you keep
expect for
asking
us
the people
to
that are
get,
failing to give you a better plan.
what I would expect for us to get is that in these plans you have a baseline analysis for September 30th. You have a tri-semester short target range that's due November 6th. What I would expect is a report from each of the schools, how they're doing on that baseline September 30th, then a report to us how they're doing the baseline for November 6th, how they're doing March 19th, and if these trimester goals are met, then we will be okay. And I think the point is that they weren't in here before, but they are in here now. Right. And I think you hearing this board say we're going to hold you accountable for these goals now. So for these schools that said that by November 6th, 56% of our students will attain proficiency as a literacy benchmark assessment, we're going to hold that school accountable for that now because they said it. And we're going to expect you to give us a report that lists these schools, and I can give you an update that lists these schools and said school X was probably at 56%, but they're at 56, 58, or 54. They met it, yes or no. Don't make it complicated for us. Make it nice and simple for us.
No, we're going to make it easy. I will say to you that you will get a report based on the site plans for this past year. We don't get the data until August. Once that data comes out, we will go back and we will look at the SMART goals that were established in the single site plans. Then we will actually come back to you and talk to you about how each of those schools did in meeting those goals.
Wait a minute. We just got data director, and what I thought that was for, then Why are you having these people write these plans that says by September 30th, by November 6th, by March 19th, if they can't have the data ready for us?
Those are the benchmarks. We're talking about from the state in terms of the state testing.
The benchmarks will help us if we get that back.
And
we don't get anything right now.
Are we going to get something?
Okay.
But here's the problem. They're making the plan for next year without knowing how they did this year. So in June, they're turning in the plan for next year, and in August, they'll find out how they did the previous year, but they've already made a plan not based on
and then
reality.
They actually take the results, and then they go back in and they actually come back in and revise those plans to reflect where they've accomplished.
Yeah, let's see that.
Anybody else, Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, just to kind of accountability goes both ways. So I think part of the report, has to be, a report about how well the district is supporting the school in being able to follow up on its plan. Is the district doing things that make it difficult, for the school to continue on its plan? Because this goes back to, sort of this discussion we were having earlier. I think the most innovative thing this district could probably do over the next 5 years is allow schools to consistently pursue their strategy and not keep changing the strategy on them every couple of years. So I think there's accountability there from the district as well that, frankly, I want to get input from the school site councils. How well do you feel the district is supporting you? And are there things that the district is doing that make it difficult for you to pursue your plan?
And I just read one comment that came back to me on this particular, on a different one that I had the parents look at, and they said the parents. This is a school site governance, and school site council. I mentioned that earlier. Why we have to have strong school site councils. This person said the parents on the school site council are very close to the principal. They seldom ask questions and go with whatever the principal wants. The only parent that was asked questions was asked to step down. So I'm not sure whether or not we have adequate parent input into this particular plan. And then it goes on to talk about some of the teachers that are assigned to it. But I think my point to you is this, is that some of us, and I can pick other board members, I give my plans back to people that go to those schools and ask them to look into it and give me feedback. And that's how they feel about their school site council. So then that means that part of the SIO's jobs has to make sure that the principals and the communities knows what a school site council is, how it is selected, and that it's not run by the principal, that it is that's what's supposed to make the school work, is that it is run by the community. The community has input, and the principal does not go in there and say, here is the plan. These plans were supposed to be worked on with that team, not given to the team and say, here, sign. And we know this happened in the past, but we're sure that you're correcting that situation. Thank you. Any more comments? Please vote. I'm sorry. Your plans passed 5-0, but we'll be back. We'll be watching.
We're going to come back in September and give you some results.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, the next item on the agenda.
Where's that tickler file?
Yeah. Cheryl got it for us. Cheryl's got the tickler file for us. So, thank you very much. Item GO4 is a voluntary screening amendment to district policy, resource persons and volunteers. Dr. Greer, been moved.
Actually,
yeah, we reviewed it.
Yeah, but there's something in it that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay.
I'll second.
Can I get a second? Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can, for purposes of discussion. Can I go? Go. Thank you. Sorry. But as I look through the volunteer screening and the description of it, I get to category B, and I'm just thinking of, when I've been at events at schools, particularly, give two examples. Category B says volunteers with group exposure who have little or no direct unsupervised exposure or contact with children. Typical examples could include non-classroom volunteers such as office helpers, community speakers. And I guess it's the community speakers or panel members that are coming for a one-time event that I'm wondering if that shouldn't be more up in category A. because we're asking these people to submit I guess the tuberculosis clearance card is what got my attention. That's not everybody's got that. I know I certainly didn't have one before I came here, and we had a Holocaust survivor speaking at one school, and we had Tony Hawk the other day at another school, and I'm not sure either one of those people had tuberculosis.
Which page are you on? I'm sitting here reading category
B as in boy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said D, and I'm going,
no,
whoa.
B, category B, the very second one. It goes into greater exposure with, who's got more access to the students and to the children. Category A, volunteers who enter a school for a one-time event, but then we come down here and it says community speakers or panel members. Isn't that a one-time event that,
Right, it seems like the one-time event trumps.
But it says unsupervised no direct unsupervised exposure.
Yeah, and so we're asking these people to have a tuberculosis card, plus we're going to check them for Megan's Law, and I don't mind having a volunteer sign-in sheet, but I'm thinking that particular, I guess it's just the community speakers or panel members, you're going to scare people off or make principals hesitant to invite people to speak in our schools on panels.
That's a good point. Bill, you might want to talk about this. Yeah. Bill Koba did, I think, a great job with our staff putting this together. And
I do too, except
checking all over the country about what people have. Do you recall, Bill, why we included that in there?
Yes. We were trying to, as you go through from A to D, differentiate between the frequency of the volunteer on the campus and the proximity to the student without supervision. And maybe the example is not as clear as it could have been, but we went from one-time event to some minimal amount of frequency. And an individual could come back more than once for a panel or for some group effort, and maybe that doesn't signal that as clear as it could have been. From year to year, we do have a few folks that come back for the teacher intern program that happens at the end of the year. That may be the only event that they actually participate in, but they get on somebody's distribution list. They participated a year ago, we call them back for another year, and they may have a couple of other events throughout the year. It's just a way of differentiating between one time and potentially more than one time.
Well, my read on this, and just, let me be your beta user here,
sure.
is that, I would put the community speakers and panel members up in category A,
okay,
and use the organized functions associated with school organizations such as PTA. I'd let that, perhaps go ahead and stand and let that be what represents the type of people that you're talking about.
Sure.
But otherwise, I just don't think having it's confusing, and it's not going to really. I think it's going to restrict our school's abilities and provide no real extra,
Understand. We can make that one or two line edit.
It's just a clause, actually.
Are you saying combining A and B?
No, I'm saying take community speakers or panel members and put it up into category A.
Right.
And I think that's because that's the one thing that I found was, as I said, we've had speakers come to the schools that. That like Tony Hawk, is not going to have a tuberculosis clearance card, and he didn't have, So
we'll strike that example.
Okay.
Yeah, I think personally, I think rather than moving that up, it would be better to just strike it because of what I hear you saying. Already says guest or resource speaker.
Does it? Okay, all right.
And it sounds more to me like
you're such a wordsmith.
Sorry.
Are you a lawyer or something?
Mr. Guerrero, please.
I just want to make sure on the screening requirements, the second bullet for several of the categories is be able to present some form of current government-issued photo identification, and then it lists driver's license, passport, military ID, U.S. or other government identification. I just want to make sure that we're not creating a barrier for families, parents who are undocumented from being able to participate and volunteer in their schools.
Right. We're trying to be as flexible and reasonable as we possibly can.
Yep. Okay.
And we will not allow that to preclude us from offering or accepting volunteer support. I think that's the spirit from the opening of this, is to encourage and generate that interest with the parents, guardians, anyone out there who has an interest, a genuine interest in supporting schools. And one other comment I would make is I do have some of the team in the audience, like Don Braun, Janet Delaney, Ellen Tiffany, Mark and Bernie. And I just want to recognize what they did to research. And if you look at Don Braun's 27 district matrix, 10 representatives of the Council of Great City Schools, 17 from within the county or Southern California area, they went a long ways in trying to validate. We wanted to move from being middle of the pack to being a leader in safeguarding the campuses for kids and staff through this categorical approach to volunteer policies.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand this B and the difference between B and A. Now, I'll just take one example. Non-classroom volunteers such as office helpers. I don't want the unions to come in now, but okay. But at any rate, so there's somebody helping in an office, and they come in every day to help in the office. Okay, so they got to have a current government ID, okay? They got to have a volunteer application. They got to have a TB card, and they got to be checked against Megan's Law.
Right.
And they sign in. Well, everybody's supposed to do that. So, is that going to limit the number of volunteers?
I would hope not.
I would think so, because I think it's more restricted than I would expect to be, since they are working with staff only.
Well, but I do say
the reason for this whole thing was to protect kids,
right, and staff on the campus
from adults that are volunteers. It says that they got to be approved by a school site or district employee, but now we still got to protect them because we got to run them against Megan's Law too.
Right.
What I'm getting at is I think this is under Category B description. I think that's pretty heavy kind of thing. But it may be that what I'm thinking about Category B isn't accurate. I don't know. Is this repeat by every week or every day, forever, or what? I don't know.
This screening for once a year.
John, if I
I'm just trying to find the difference between A and B. Go ahead. Tell me.
Just very quickly, the definition in the Bs these are people that also have access to other parts of the campus as well. So while it says office volunteer, most typically those folks can move about the campus. And this is just a once a year check. So I think that might help define that a little bit more.
All right.
They're every day. They do have access to the campus versus an A.
Well, I want you to say everyday exposure or multiple exposures or something. Okay.
I agree with that.
I think the most of the different things that people need to do, and I don't want to have anything that hinders volunteers from coming, and there certainly are things that could potentially do that. And I think when there is something that might hinder them, that we need to take on the burden rather than them. It seems like the most difficult one, actually, on this, like on B and some of the others, is that requires something from volunteer is the TB screening, because to check somebody on a website, after you've looked at their ID or whatever, that doesn't involve any effort on their part. They show their ID, they come, we check them out, they sign in, that's it. The thing that involves work for the volunteer is the TB test. And I was talking to Dr. Greer about this. First of all, I'm not sure if that shouldn't be moved down from B to C, maybe for the TB test. But I know you can never be too careful. But the other issue is if they do have to have a TB test, I think it needs to be made really simple for the volunteer. In terms of them not having to go to another site or scheduling problems.
Our nurses do it.
Yeah, the nurses.
Okay, so they can just show up on Monday at 2 o'clock to volunteer, and there will be...
It'll get read the next day.
I don't think it can be... It has to be done by a registered nurse, first of all.
Yeah, it does.
A TB test. And there's not a registered nurse every day at every school. So, right, there should be. I agree. So, I just don't want it to turn around that all of a sudden someone is just. We want to start getting thousands of people to volunteer, and if there's something that discourages, well, you have to go over here and make this effort and do this and that. I mean, I would be wanting to go to them and do it, but that potentially involves some cost of time. Yes, cost of time of personnel. Yes.
Can I just say? First of all, they don't just walk in the door and volunteer that day. They have to fill out applications. They have to go and get these other things done and sign in. And the TB test can be arranged to be done within that week, either at that site or a site in that nearby cluster by one of our nurses. So it's not... The volunteers don't just come in, walk in the door, and start working that day. There's a process they have to go through, and they're given information about where they can get a TB test. If that nurse is not there that day, then we will offer.
And we basically are talking about people that volunteer a lot. You're not talking about someone that comes to listen to their kid read, or comes and volunteers during a book sale at the school, or a PTA having a fun day. What you're talking about here, Bill, is people that are in there on a long-term basis, and you know the reason we're coming back to this was the situation we had at one of our schools.
Sure, and I understand that, but I guess the difference on the line here is A is a one-time event, and then B is more than that. Multiple, but multiple could be two, and as opposed to multiple is frequent or several. So
again, we can certainly depending on what Mark and the staff thinks, we certainly can, at the board's desire, strike through, present a tuberculosis clearance card for A and B. I mean, if that's something you want to do, that's something we certainly can do.
I would approve of that.
Well, I'm wondering.
Because you got PTA and school foundation and school council, and those people may come on pretty regularly. So,
I just want to note we were trying to be conservative, and we make tuberculin tests convenient, as Jennifer pointed out. It has been a long-standing practice of the district, making it easy and accessible, but also cautious for our staff and kids.
I think we're going to have a crisis in field trip drivers. I mean, we're not going to have. If you want to drive on your kid's field trip, you have to have a tuberculosis test. I mean, I don't know how
with kids.
I know, but I don't know how everybody else lives. But I'm predicting a result, and we're going to have a crisis in field trip drivers. You know, I mean, the kid comes home. Typically, I find out, the morning before that they need a driver for the field trip. This involves planning on a parent's part. I'm going to drive in my child's field trips this year. I need a TB test. That's a 2-day commitment. And then, I'm sorry, but our parents don't think that far in advance.
Wouldn't that follow up on number A, a volunteer who enters the school for a one-time event to drive on a field trip?
To number A.
Wouldn't that be where?
Yeah.
But it says contact with children. Contact with children is why you have a TB test.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you're driving a kid in a field trip in your car, that's contact with kids.
But it says no unsupervised exposure or contact with kids.
Well, if I'm a mother and I'm alone in a car with 4 or 5 kids, that's exposure and that's alone. And I appreciate. I mean, this is tough. I think we're going to have a crisis in field trip.
Any other discussion? Okay.
I move that we do it.
Please vote.
We can tweak it as it comes up.
Dr. Evans, are you
I'm
still thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like there to be. Well, I guess we're voting.
Say what's on your mind.
I would like to just have some more looking into this issue of kind of between A and B. Do we eliminate the TB test from B, or do we keep it there, but we move some more things up into A? I am very concerned about scaring away volunteers.
I am too,
and becoming too formal.
I am too, but if you're talking about people that are going to have some contact with our students, and then I'm looking at this the school foundation, the school council, the PTA, and these people actually are around our children. And I know that we actually, the nurse was just here, and we do. I mean, I got my TB test done here, and they have it all over. It's not like it's hard for them to get.
It's a hassle because you have to go twice.
Hassle. It's because
and you have to go within a certain time period.
I understand that, but that's adults can do that. Believe me.
I understand.
Adults can do that. Believe me.
It's a one-time event.
Yeah.
I think it's more difficult than that, and I also agree with Mr. Barrera. I share Mr. Barrera's concern that the description of who's going to be, that some of our parents might. The government photo issued identification. Not all of our parents have that.
Well, with this again, if we want to add another type of identification, that's simple enough to tell us what you want.
It says other.
Yeah.
If I guess I want to know who's taken a look at this. Did we have the committee?
He had. Tell who's on the committee again, please.
Pardon?
Tell who's on the committee that looked at this, to help develop this.
Chief Braun, Bernie Reinerson, Mark Reese, Ellen Tiffany, Janet Delaney. None
of you have children in schools. You're not a mother.
We also gather feedback from the PTA, the DAC, the DLAC, site coordinators. I mean, in our feedback, I think you may have seen all the different staff, principals, and parent groups that we talked to about this. Again, we're just trying to take a conservative, cautious approach. We did this in the aftermath of the swine flu.
Thank you. Please vote. Call for the question. Please vote.
I'll abstain.
Okay.
And abstain. You chicken.
No,
all right. That's a 3-1 with Dr. Evans abstaining.
First time.
Okay. It passes. Thank you. Next item is H01 is update on our budget.
Thank you. Board Member Jackson, our staff has asked and the board has agreed to have a special meeting next Tuesday to discuss our budget and have basically what you would traditionally consider to be the first reading or initial review of the budget. Our staff, James Macias and his team, have put together 2 documents for you that are in your package. One, I think, is a much clearer explanation. Some of you continued to ask, how did we move from our fund balance or our deficit of being one number to another number, and I think James and his team have done a good job explaining that for you as well. And another piece that he has in here is he just wanted to highlight that in this year's budget that we had about $84 million of one-time money. And these were the 2 documents he prepared for you. And as you can see, he's up front, and if you have any questions about them, he would be glad to answer. If not, he and his staff are working very hard to be ready to have material to send to you next Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Dr. Gross, I just wonder if I could just kind of interject, but before we go there, can you just give me a little bit of time so I can just kind of highlight the steps to get us to the June 23rd adoption, and then also the expectations by the county? Is that okay?
Yes.
So you just give me a couple minutes. And then, sorry to do this, but I have to give a shout out to my son, Jameson. He turned 8 today, so
all right.
He said
I think we're off the air.
He must be in bed right now, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're also off the air. James, you had to do that earlier.
It's on the internet.
Oh, that's true.
So thanks for letting me just kind of walk you through some of the mechanics of what we have to actually get accomplished. So as you know, our goal is to have that budget balanced with multi-year projections for 2009-10, 10-11, 11-12. So it's a kind of a big monster we've got here in front of us that we have to get accomplished. So our goal is to get that submitted to the county by June 30th so they receive it by July 1. So in order for us to do that, we are saying that we'll have the June 16th meeting with you folks that will have essentially the preliminary kind of first draft, first reading of showing the budget for 9-10 and those 2 out-year projections. If you need to, we have built into our schedule, and of course it'd be your approval and Terry's approval for a June 18th date. If for some reason you would need that, I built that into our timeline, just to, if you need that. And then on the 23rd date, our goal would be for you folks to essentially take final adoption. What I'm doing is on the June 23rd, you actually have to look at this we have to submit to you this accounting document, and it's essentially the SACS report. Mm-hmm. And as you know, can be very cumbersome, complicated, and convoluted. It's essentially an accountant's kind of Bible, right? And so what I'm doing is working with Bernie to figure out the best way that we can present this budget information to you folks so it can be understood by a non-finance kind of person, so it's just easier for you folks to digest. So we're working on that as well. The other thing that we have planned is that we would have the budget book, that you folks worked on so hard last year. Mm-hmm. We would have the budget book updated for you with the current financial information, very similar to what it was last year, with some tweaks and suggestions from other people, Mrs. Nakamura, yourself, Mrs. Jackson, and we've been working diligently with Bernie's team to get that into like a non-kind of finance format. I think most important for me tonight is two things from my perspective, and one is the sheet that you're looking at there that shows the one-time solutions. But before I go there, I just want to talk to you about Ed Code. Sometimes it's frustrating because I have to live in these very strict and stringent rules, so it doesn't allow me to be as flexible maybe as I can or want to be. So Ed Code 42127, they require that school district budgets be submitted on or before July 1 each fiscal year to the county superintendent. Once that goes to the county superintendent, they have a oversight role to play with us, right? They're trying to make sure we stay a healthy organization. So what they're going to do is they're going to look at some key factors. So the first thing they're going to do is, I'm going to read this to you. They're going to say, are you in compliance with state standards and criteria adopted by the State Board of Education? It's the State Board of Education. And identify technical corrections necessary to bring the budget into compliance. So that's what they'll do. So when I work with Laura and Linda up at the County Office of Education, they're going to kind of go through their checklist and say, okay, got the information from San Diego Unified, what does it really entail? What does 910 look like? And they're going to pay a lot of attention to our multi-year projections. So that'll be 10-11 and 11-12. After that, they'll determine if the budget allows the district to meet financial obligations and is consistent with the financial plan that will enable the district to satisfy, this is very important, its multi-year financial commitments, including the required reserve for economic uncertainties. So as you folks know, we have we've got to have a balance of dollars, about 2% of our expenses to cover economic uncertainties, kind of like what we're dealing with now, right? So they will require us to do that, and they'll look at that and say, are you folks meeting that or not? The other thing that they'll look at is they'll determine if the district incorporated the most recent state budget information and assumptions such as the governor's May revise. So we got the governor's May revise the first part of May. Then we ended up getting it on May 29th, I believe, an additional cut based on the fact that the state continues to have a problem. So they talked about a $580 million problem just on that date, 5/29. That equated to about a $14 million problem for us here at the district. The issue why I want to talk about that so much is that they, in my opinion here, they haven't done anything at the state level to fix the problems, right? So they put the propositions forward for everyone to vote on that did not get voted for. So what ended up happening is that they talked about a $21 billion shortfall, then they've moved to a $24 billion shortfall. In my opinion here, because they haven't done anything to fix that, well, I think there'll probably be more shortfalls, right? Think of $24 billion. So we have a $2 billion financial plan here in total when you see the entire thing. And so that equates to 12 school districts our size of a shortfall, right? So we're a second largest district in California. So what I'm trying to do is just give you folks the size and the scale of what the problem is at the state level. It's extremely serious because they haven't fixed any of that, any of those items. So let's say, for example, we submit our plan and we're working on budgeting and we're trying to balance it, those kinds of things. They'll go through certain kinds of approvals. And one approval they can go through is a conditional approval. Okay? So a conditional approval would be that the county office notifies the district by August 15th that the budget's conditionally approved. What does that mean? Well, they're going to give you some things that you have to go fix or solve or straighten out. That means you'd have to provide to the governing board of the school district in writing recommendations regarding revisions of the budget and the reasons for the revisions. Okay? The county office may assign a fiscal advisor to assist the district with the budget development or appoint a committee to examine and comment on the county superintendent's review and recommendations. So another set of eyes to say, are you folks doing what you need to do to balance the budget? And then, if appointed, the committee must report its findings no later than August 20th. The reason I'm talking about that is because I think it's important that you understand essentially what we're dealing with from the big picture perspective. So tomorrow in the afternoon when I have some time, I'm crafting a lot of this information into a memo so I can submit it to Terry and you folks officially, and it can go out for public consumption like it's supposed to. So you folks have an understanding of what are the steps we're taking place, what are we doing to get the budget in place, and what are the actions we have to do. That said, on June 15th at 6 o'clock, because that's when I begged them to let me meet with them at the County Office of Education. So we're doing a couple things that I think are different from how we've done things in the past. Not judging the past, I'm just saying we're doing it differently. And one item is we really need to develop a cooperative spirit with the County Office of Education. In my opinion here, at a minimum, we really should be meeting with them on a quarterly basis, especially during these kinds of times. Because what I don't want them to do is have any surprises, right? When I meet with them to say, I didn't realize that, you had this much of a shortfall, you had a deficit, those kinds of things. So they're going to meet with us on Monday, and we're going to walk them through our preliminary numbers, like we'll give to you Monday late afternoon, so we can work on that on the 16th. And then I will already have a good idea of, where they think our numbers are soft or where we're going to have to make some kind of either adjustments or recommendations. Now, I do know that part of my goal in meeting with the County Office of Education is to essentially talk to them about our multi-year projections for 10, 11, 11, 12. Just looking at that sheet that's in front of you, that's just for 2010-11. It does not include any additional expenses. It's just a really snapshot in time of one-time fixes that we have to deal with. That's all that really is. And so my goal when meeting with them is to say, what kinds of tangible plans do we have to have? And I can recommend to the board to say you will feel comfortable with our submittal for the July 1 date, execution date. And I'll give you an example. This is just an example for demonstrating what I'm talking about. Let's say we were going to close small schools. Not advocating that. Just an example. I think if we said and laid out a very methodical plan, said we are required to do these things at the district from closing small schools. We have to meet with the community. We have to meet with the parents. We've got somebody that's going to manage that for us. And we have a timeline and a very systematic, methodical process to say, we think we're going to be able to accomplish these objectives, and it's going to get us X amount of savings. Right? Another example could be based on the agreement that we're on the work that Mark and his team are doing with our employee work groups. Are there any items that we might be able to consider for as possible, cuts? Another example could be, let's just talk about a copay for an example. They're going to want to know a systematic manner and a process for us to essentially say, if we do these 5 things working in cooperation with our employee work groups, because that's the only way, in my opinion, we're going to have to solve this. We're not going to be able to solve it alone. We're going to need the community support. And so my goal on Monday is to sit down and walk with them to talk about what is it that we have to show actionable and how much action or progress do we have to make so you folks are comfortable to essentially accept our submission to the county office. So that's what I'm really working on, doing that kind of thing. So ultimately the goal is to get you folks to have everything on the 23rd so you can approve it. We'll give you the budget book. We'll also give you, Mr. DeBeck loves this, the SACS report. And then we'll also work on a working document that is not quite as technical as the SACS report that Bernie's going to help us develop, so it's a little bit easier to look at. I know Dr. Evans has already made some recommendations on what he thinks he would like to see, so we have to loop back around as a team to figure out how can we incorporate some of those things to satisfy essentially everyone else besides Dr. Evans. So we'll work on doing that. So are there any questions on as far as what we're trying to get accomplished and what Ed Code requires us to do? And the important concepts here is 9-10, right? You guys worked really hard at that last Tuesday. And then we get into 10, 11, 11, 12. They're going to concentrate on those multi-year projections. Give me a couple more minutes if you don't mind, Ms. Jackson. I know you look like you're very anxious to ask a question. Well, I just want to emphasize how important it is for us to balance the budget, okay, for a whole bunch of reasons. Right now, on the 23rd, the June 23rd meeting, folks will be asked to essentially approve our trans note. And so our trans note is probably going to be about $200 million of notes we have to sell on the market. What that does for us is that generates cash for us, because the revenue apportionments that we receive from the state on a timing basis don't match up with our cash flow needs. Payroll, software maintenance agreements, those kinds of things. So what we have to do as a district, because we're so big, we have to go out there and actually get cash, right? And so it's I want to say the 17th, I believe. We've got a phone call with Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and just like you folks grill us on the budget, they're going to grill us on the budget. And they're going to ask a lot of questions very similar to the questions you ask, and their expectation for us will be, are you showing a healthy reserve balance? Can you continue to pay for your operating expenses? And what kind of other liquidity items do you have in your total financial plan? So an example of liquidity could be some of our monies in state school facilities, because we have the ability and capacity that we could borrow from that. So they're going to look at all those things in total to say, okay, what does that mean? And they'll decide if they're going to maintain our current credit rating or not. They're an objective outside party, but they're experts in this field, and they do that. So they'll literally decide if they think all the steps and actions and items that we have make sense and are reasonable. My opinion here, just like last time when we talked about the Prop S and got the Prop S bond going, they're going to want to make sure the board is committed to taking the steps required to balance the budget. So it's going to be helpful for me to have that information in my back pocket to say, here are the items that you folks are considering to balance the budget. Can you do these things and can you not? Because they'll ask us just as difficult questions as you do. From a view that has nothing to do with what's happening to the kids, what about the instruction, what about the academics, that's not their mission. Their mission is, am I rating this organization based on risk for investors to want to buy that and give us money to essentially maintain our cash flow from a borrowed standpoint?
Mr. DeBeck?
Oh, did you say you're going to give us? Go ahead.
Yeah,
I know you're going to be overwhelmed in a minute.
Yeah. So what I want to do is, if you look at this first sheet that's up there,
that's the one I'm looking at.
Yeah. And so this is what we did. We said, what are the items that we have in 2009-10 that are one-time solutions? Okay. And we looked at it from a revenue perspective, and we looked at it from an expense perspective, right? This is not the complete picture for 2010-11. It's just us saying in our 9-10, that spreadsheet that we've been working on with you folks for about 2 to 3 weeks now, it's just saying these are all the items that are one time. So essentially, you can look at this $106 million. We've taken these items. These are one-time helps that we don't have in 2010-11. We won't have $106 million available to us for the next year and the year thereafter. We will not have that. So as you walk through and you say, as an example, let's look at the $7,025,000. So that's our 50% of the IDEA stimulus funding, right? Well, we're taking that in 2009-10. We're taking the other half of that, year 2 IDEA, on line 13 of $6.2 million. That flexibility that they gave us at the federal level goes away because our funding source is there. It's not there anymore because we've used it in 9-10. So the point of this item here is to show you, without including step and column, with without including utilities, without including any of those normal operating costs that we know are going to follow us to perpetuity, we have an issue of $84 million, right? And so you will notice that we put in there $22 million of the federal stimulus dollars that we haven't used for state stabilization, and that's why I put that there to reflect it, to remind everybody we've got the $22 million sitting in our pocket, and that's what drops you down essentially to the 84.
We're already $84 million in the hole without doing anything.
Well, think about it this way.
Surely should be in almost.
Yeah, Mrs. Nakamura, think about this for a second. What we're working on is we're working on our multi-year projection. This is just a snapshot in time at a very high level to say these are one-time fixes that we've taken that won't help us in the out years. That's my point of trying to give that to you. Yes, sir.
Okay, but this is one of the first times that I've ever seen the euphemism of beginning shortfall for a negative ending balance.
Exactly.
Okay, but I mean, our ending balance, according to this document right here, shows that in 2010, that's the end of the coming June, 2011 would be the June of this year, the coming year, that we will be not with an ending balance, but we will be in a position of owing $84 million.
Well, Mr. DeBeck, the goal will be to make sure we maintain our 2% economic uncertainty reserve because we're going to have to keep that. That's about.
This is more than the reserve. The reserve is $40 million.
When you look at the, let me see, the personal ending balance, consume one more time. I don't have the projected ending reserve balance reflected there on the sheet. Like I said, hang on a second, please.
Well, what's the difference between a beginning shortfall and an ending balance?
What we're showing there on the $31 million is that was part of our ending balance we had in 9-10 that we took. We took that portion and we no longer have that to take. So when you get into 2010-11, we're really sitting at just our 2% reserve plus about $8 million for grants and about $1.2 million for accounting reserves and about $900,000 for prepaid items, those kinds of things. That 31 represents the fact that I no longer have that to take because I'm literally sitting at my economic reserve balance.
Okay, well, you know, simply put, you can't tell me what your ending balance will be for the.
At this point in time, I can't. I mean.
Okay, but you're saying we're going to have a shortfall of $84 million.
What he's saying is that there's $84 million that we've used to balance next year's budget. That's one-time money. That's basically what he's saying.
Well, absolutely.
Those dollars are going to go away. We don't have the IDEA dollars. We don't have $26 million of our Title I or our stimulus dollars. I do think that if you look up here, our beginning balance this year is $31 million. It's going to be a struggle to have that type of beginning balance next year.
Well, we have a 2008 ending balance was $2.3 million.
And so the other thing, Dr. Greer, I want to make sure I point out and everyone understands that this is just a portion of our cost. Like I said before, no step and column here. None of those, no utility increases, no telecommunication increases. This is just me trying to highlight for you how significant a problem we're going to have when we try to balance 11-12.
Well, okay, and I got to tell you,
10, 11, 12, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm now looking at page 2 of the other document you gave us, which is, I don't know where it is on the screen, I won't even worry about it. But this is the one that I really was looking forward to finding out, because I went to bed in the end of June, or was it June 5? May, and woke up one morning. I thought we had a $180 million shortfall, and then we came back to our first budget workshop, and out of the blue, it was now $106 million. I wanted to know how it happened. So then I looked. This has got some explanation, I have to say, but I've got a new figure. For example, I got contracted and other services went from a positive $22 million to a negative $7.5 million, to a total change of $30 million with no explanation.
Yeah, and let me just interrupt real quick. Before I forget, I want to let you also know that one of the things that I've committed to Terry on is we've actually brought FCMAT, the Financial Crisis Management Systems team. They're in conjunction with all the work we're doing. They're working with us as well. So they're pulling the information, the numbers off of our general ledger. They're putting them into their own system. They're analyzing that information in a separate kind of analysis to find out, are the numbers or not. And so they're another third party, kind of similar to what Phil Stover has done for us, very similar to that. And so I just wanted to let you know that in conjunction with the county, we're also working with FCMAT to make sure we come in and can try to get this plan balanced for you folks. Sorry about that.
Well, I can't be finished. I guess I'm going to have to be finished because that's the stuff that drives you wild. How can you come from a $22 million positive to a $7 million negative, which is a swing of $30 million? I agree, but without an explanation. How did it happen?
Sure. So
it's just new numbers from who?
No. So what we've been doing
from your pocket calculator.
William and I actually have been working very closely together, right?
The explanation is here.
Yeah,
you got to
explain it. Yeah, we got it. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
Okay, and let's just jump to contracted services. So that is line
835.
30, right in the
between 34 and 35.
Okay, and so that's a summation of lines 35 through 39 because those are all. You see that indented block there, that indented block. Those are all different types of contracted services. So what happened is at the May 26th number, it was all lumped into $22 million. But when we got to that this June 2nd number, it dropped to a negative $7 million. So I had to break it down in more granularity just so you guys can see the mapping from the 22 to the negative 7. And so let me just walk you through that item at a high level. And so what contracted services is composed of about 5 major line items there. The first is, let's start with the smaller and easier to understand. Travel and conferences, that's a contracted service. And these are under the guidelines of the State Accounting Manual.
Let me just interject here real quick. I think if you think of this, look at line 35, right? So we had $78 million there. We went to 51. So what did we do? What actually happened operationally?
It's listed. 1, 2, and 3 are already listed.
Right. So we've actually, in working with Phil in our organizations, we've actually reduced outside contract services, and we've moved where we can move it. We've moved that in house. So that's part of that issue. That's part of that. You've actually cut the $10 million of the after school education services. That was the elimination of the carryover balance. So they don't have that anymore.
So
and then we
moved our employees to do more.
I know I'm doing a lot.
Getting paid?
So, and then if you look at the last piece, we had some capital outlay costs. We moved them they were actually booked to services, but in going through our scrub, they're actually an equipment type or a capital outlay purchase. So we just moved that down the line.
Point. Just let me just deal with the contracted services that you say you're reducing from outside. Okay. Sure. One of the things I thought the board felt was necessary was, yes, to reduce outside contracted services, but that's a number. But when you reduce the outside contracting services, the implication is you bring it inside. If you bring it inside and you don't increase the cost of inside, then what you've done is come up with a fictitious number, which is you just aren't going to contract services anymore, but they're never going to get done. Is that what you mean by this? Or does it mean that you have made a shift and the difference between outside services and inside services is equal to $30 million?
Yeah. And I would say that I've said that there's some work that won't get done. I mean, as we're cutting, different kinds of programs and operational expenses, there's just going to be some stuff that doesn't get done.
Okay, so that's how you're saving the money. You're not getting the work done that we were doing with outside contracted services.
Some of it is essentially eliminating the contract services.
And we shouldn't have ever contracted it.
And then bringing in those work items, very similar to what Phil and the transportation team are trying to do with transportation. We're essentially trying to cut out that first student contract and bring it inside house so we can manage it more effectively there.
Okay.
Very similar concept.
All right, but see, then it's sort of like Since it's listed at outside contracting services, we can now say we're not going to spend it. And something will go away. In fact, everything will go away. Because if you can save $30 million or whatever this number is by taking the money away from contracted services, and you are then going to say we saved that money, what you're saying is the things that we had as contracted services were dispensable in the first place. It's not a benefit. How do you benefit our employees by giving them the work? It's just taking work that you had outside and saying, I'm not spending that money anymore, and instead we're not going to do that work. Well, I find that this is like saying we're going to run buses, but we're never going to buy any, or we're never going to maintain them. So all we have to do is take away the expense of maintaining buses, and we save money. No, you can't do that. There's certain kinds of expenses that you can't just say we're taking it from the outside and saving the money by not doing it at all, or are you saving the money just because you took it from outside, and that's just a paper discussion for the board? You see what I mean? I'm too simple, I guess, to understand you.
Can I just interject you for just a second? We will have a budget discussion on the 16th, a full-out budget discussion. It is approaching the 10 o'clock hour, board members. We have a few more items to go, and I know we try not to have our board meetings go past 10 o'clock. So I would ask that we would go ahead and be prepared on the 16th for our budget discussion at that particular time. And if the board members are okay, let's take up the consent agenda. And if it takes longer than 10, then we will continue. Oh, I'm sorry, we have one person to speak on the budget. David Page.
I would like to make one recommendation, is that any board member that wants to meet with you, James, you take the time to meet with them.
Of course.
So speaking as a board member that wants to meet with you, because I don't understand this. Yes, your name is James.
I can do, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. I can do 2x2x1s, that's,
Yeah, I don't care how it's done, but I need somebody to do, this isn't.
Okay, sure thing.
It's unclear to me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, David, please.
David. Yeah.
My name is David Page. I'm here because this board told the public with 72-hour notice that there was going to be a first reading of an adoption of the 09-10 district budget with no items posted to the website whatsoever. And so here I am thinking that maybe there would be something substantial to speak to about the overall adoption of the budget. There's no such thing. In the future, with transparency and things like that, I would appreciate that you not put things on the public website telling them that these things are going to happen when they're not ready. I talked to Josefina yesterday. She said she didn't know when it would come, if it would come. This is not the first time this board's put something on the agenda without any support and without any preparation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We'll be more diligent in the future to make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, I would like to take up the items. These are the superintendent's consent items. I do have speakers on 2 items.
Move on all of them except the 2 that are speakers.
Okay, item
Second.
IO6 and I-30.
Second.
We may have some more speakers here. Hold on.
With any other speakers.
IO6 and IO6, I-23, and I-30 have speakers. So you want to move the rest of those items?
Sure.
I second.
Been moved and seconded. Okay. Everybody, please vote. Okay, we'll do the speakers for IO6 first. Is Mr. Long still here? Thank you.
IO6.
IO6. We have looks like 2 speakers, Mr. Long and Ms. Locken.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Greer. My name is Enoch Long. I live at 2868 Calhoun, San Diego 92139. I've been a district employee for almost 37 years. My current position is manager of fleet maintenance. And I'm here to speak on the proposed position of fleet maintenance compliance supervisor. Earlier this year, I met with the Port Oilon Group to provide input on cost-saving measures that in the fleet maintenance department. There was, while there was no real good way of cutting positions in fleet maintenance without negatively impacting the service that we provide, we still went forward to try to trim positions in order to provide mechanic staff with wrenches in the service bays. This was an area that we simply could not cut. So we looked at, with the resources that we had, where can we cut and try to maintain. The decision was to cut 2 garage supervisors and 1 fleet coordinator. Those duties then would be absorbed by the fleet manager and a new position, a fleet compliance coordinator. Now, the duties of the fleet compliance coordinator still had to be maintained, and the duties of the garage supervisor, they didn't go away either. So the fleet manager would absorb the technical, he would have more of a hands-on of the floor operation, and the compliance supervisor then would take on more responsibility in the role of compliance. As you know, EPA over the last 10 years, they've become more and more stringent, and we must comply with these regulations. We must know what they are, and we must comply. We cannot say that we don't have the staff to do it. That's not an excuse. The district is responsible. They have a responsibility to comply, and these agencies demand that we comply. So this was an effort to combine duties and save money. So this position is critical to going forward. I took the cert, so I won't be here. And I want to assure you that when this planning was in the making, I fully intended to be here. I fully intended to be that person that took on some of these other roles. But we cannot expect the fleet maintenance successor to go into a situation to manage a multi-million-dollar operation with absolutely no management in place, none. Let me give you a snapshot of what this will look like on July 1st. We will have 2 less mechanics because of the CERT. We will have an aging fleet that will have run 16 million more miles this year than it did last year. So we will have to maintain an older fleet with 2 less mechanics. To top it off, we will have no one to give direction. It's just like having a ship out at sea with no captain. I urge you to consider the implementation of this position, because it is critical to fleet maintenance meeting the obligation of safely providing safe transportation for our children.
Thank you.
I thank you for
and thank you for your service.
I need to know a point. Are you speaking in favor of not abolishing fleet maintenance coordinators, or which of these are you talking about?
I'm in favor of moving forward. The plan was to eliminate fleet maintenance coordinator, 2 garage supervisors, and then establish 1 fleet coordinator, fleet maintenance compliance supervisor. And I'm in favor of going forward with that position because the coordinator and the two supervisors have already been cut, so we're going to be up a creek.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, so then you're in favor of this recommendation.
Okay, we have a speaker on that. Ms. Larkin?
Ethel Larkins, President, OSS 724, and I want to speak against supervising fleet compliance coordinator position. We can save money by making that a manager's position. We understand Mr. Long is retiring, and we ask that, as I said, a cost savings to the district, that position can be filled with a manager position. And also, if you do that, we're asking that you look outside for an outside source to replace that position. Okay. And also, would like you to know that that position was not part of the Porterland recommendations to begin with. Okay. The other thing I want to talk about or ask the board is to save the driver instructor position because the district will be in violation of California Department of Education Bus Bulletin 0.720 under state law, which the requirements of which dictate that the number of instructors per school bus drivers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, item IO6. Anybody wants to do anything with it? Move it? Pull it?
Move approval for item IO6.
We got a move. Anybody want to second it? There's no second.
This is a whole blanket thing, and all of it at once.
Yeah, I think again, for this, for whatever it's worth, this proposal down here was not part of the original, as Ethel pointed out, the original proposal from Mr. Stover's group. But my understanding is, as we were looking at trying to find ways to save dollars, and we had people take the CERT, that we feel did work with our transportation department and came up with these recommendations. And I don't know if you want to speak to that.
In absence
of there's no second.
Wait a minute. There wasn't a second.
There was not a second, no.
I'm saying I would move the Transportation Services Department recommendations. And I need a second for that so we can act on that.
Second. Okay, so, all right. So the motion on the floor is to move the Transportation Services Department recommendation only.
So far.
There's a motion and seconded.
Mm-hmm.
Any discussion around that particular item? Okay.
Question?
Okay, call for the question. Everybody please vote.
Okay. I'd like to speak to the...
okay.
Go ahead. I think they've already all voted on that one.
Right.
I'd like to speak on behalf of the Human Resources Services Division. I know we've been talking about position control. We've been talking about, reorganizing that and doing, from doing evaluations to making it a much more sophisticated, division. And I believe that's going to come with a whole host of skills required to support that. It's the superintendent's recommendation, but at our direction that these changes take place, and I'd like to at least offer that we support that for the human resources.
Okay. Well, I will second that and add facilities planning and construction. There's no cost in that one.
It's a $20,000 increase in salary.
No,
for the HR,
the human resource.
But we're significantly changing the job description and the skill requirements and the background for that. And I think that what we're looking for is really a revamp of the human resources division, and I think it's going to require some outreach and trying to recruit an individual with those qualities and skills.
I don't disagree, but I think when we did see part of their organizational plan, but my concern, we come and during this economic time, we are becoming a leaner district. And so to say we're going to become a leaner district, but then we make these positions and all of them increase in salary, especially the management positions, and while we're cutting the working positions and holding those working positions to the same level, I can't support. I can't, So that's just my comments on that particular item. But right now, I think we have a motion that we move the HR position. And what you say, John?
Well, I threw in with that motion, I said I'd go for it if facilities planning and construction was included also.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Ms. Nakamura?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Well, that's
a second. Move a second of those two.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Okay, so what they're looking at for everybody else is we're looking at the construction director and director of construction management, right? So you're abolishing one, and those are the same. And then you're looking at the HR position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to separate those two.
Okay, separate those two out. Okay. Another motion?
Okay, I accept the amendment.
Okay.
You want to just stop at the start at the top of the list and vote them one by one?
Okay.
I agree with that.
Let's go back to the top of this. So then, okay, the first one up is facilities and planning and construction. Do we have a motion and second for those? Motion and second for those? Just for...
I move that we approve.
Facilities.
Planning and construction.
Okay.
Second.
Motion second. Okay, please vote. Okay. That one passes 5-0.
Okay.
The next one is physical plant operation.
No, the next one.
Is it? No, you skipped over human resources.
Mine is not up to date then, because mine. Look, mine does not have it.
It's go to the human here. I'll let you cheat.
That's what we're using board docs.
Human resources is the next one. Human resources right here, or you could look at that big screen down there, whichever is more convenient for you, Madam
President.
President.
The next one, Human Resources Service Division. Okay.
So moved.
Been moved. Seconded.
Okay.
Please vote. Okay, that passes 3-2. Okay. Then the next one, I think, is PPO.
Yes, we got Office of the Superintendent.
Office of the Superintendent.
Oh.
As you know, Kathy is Kathy is retiring, and we wanted to redo this job description where we could have someone that could come in and have a better understanding and use of technology and do some other things that we were not asking that position to do.
It's actually a reduction in salary.
Yeah.
It's reduction in salary. Okay.
Wait a minute. It's not a reduction in salary. Wait a minute. It's not a reduction.
It's not. It's a slight increase in salary.
It's an increase in salary.
It's the salary.
I'm sorry.
The salary will not. I'm going to make this clear. The salary will not. I'm not asking for an increase in salary. This is a different range in the salary schedule.
Okay, so the salary's not changing.
Salary's not going to change.
See, that's where we're balking.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Move approval. Second. Please vote.
In
It
this
passes
budget
5-0.
time, we're going to have to justify them all.
And now we get to physical plant operation, PPO. There's 2 items there.
Wait a minute. The first is the
first one is
crew leader 2.
Crew leader, and then the second one is the rubbish.
So moved.
We got a motion,
Second.
and we got a second.
Okay. Vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that.
We're all the way through the
Dun, 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 dun.
crew leader and rubbish.
Right,
Yeah.
I did
John has a-
all right,
yeah. Okay.
That passes 4-1, and then
Research and evaluation.
research and evaluation, program manager.
So what does
Which
that-
was something that was what we discussed upstairs
well,
this
that was about an
afternoon.
individual, but
Yeah,
what
as you
is
may
the
recall,
change?
I basically asked you upstairs to pull pull that.
Okay, very
And so,
good.
we'll come back to this.
So you're
We'll
pulling-
come back.
Skip it.
We'll
We
come
can
back.
skip this.
You can right now, but I want to reserve the right to come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, we're done then.
Later.
So
We're done
noted.
on those.
Okay, and we've already done
Let's go to-
transportation.
Yes, let's go to
We did
item
transportation
We did. Let's go to item I-23. We have one speaker.
You don't need this anymore.
No, ma'am.
All right.
I don't think so anyway. Ms. Smith, Edith Smith.
I think our staff needs to be resuscitated somehow or another. They look really tired.
Everybody,
out there.
thank you for waiting so long.
It's been a long night. I'm Edith Smith again. I wanted to speak to item I-23 in terms of the mental health agreement with the district and county mental health. I'm not quite sure of all of the details of the current agreement and the past agreements, but I implore you to really look at what we have in place for our students. I have been personally working with San Diego Unified Family since the beginning of this calendar year that had a mental injury on our campuses, something that resulted in a staff member that afflicted this injury being arrested. The student and the family has had a lot of problems and a lot of issues as a result of this. They reached out to the district in terms of getting some mental health services that they could not afford. We finally, on June 3rd, got a meeting with County Mental Health, and they told us, well, this is a very slow process. It's probably going to be another 50 days. This is since the beginning of this school year. I mean, what kind of mental health services are we having for students in this district? And what type of agreement do we actually have with County Mental Health? Who's accountable for this? Who's following up on this? Do we really know what's going on here? And I really implore you to be responsible and to look at this and to really bring forth something that's better than what we currently have now. Thank you.
Thank you. But Superintendent, I think one thing that does come to mind is while these agencies are funded by the county, they work with our students, and the question is very valid as to how we are following up on the services that these families are receiving. So you'll follow up that for us.
Well, since I'm reading this and it says the funding is provided by the county.
Right, that's what you said.
So then these agreements are to provide the services that the county is willing to offer. Is that what we're talking about? Mm-hmm. Or is it, are they defined services that are part of an agreement that they provide to us no matter what it costs?
Okay, Mr.
These are county contracts. They're funded through the county for services that are provided to our students. I'd be happy to bring back any information that the board needs in regards to the types of services and the effects of the services.
And I think that's very important. A number of years ago, I started on that quest, and everybody got really nervous because the question that I asked was that we have a student that goes through one of these programs. It was a 6-month program, and then 2 years later, when he was entering high school, he had another problem. And I said, well, who is following this family? Who is, how is this stuff being accountable? And they all said it's was through the county. But the problem becomes is that, yes, it's the county's money, but it's our families. And nobody is looking to hold the people that are doing these jobs accountable. We just renew the MOUs. And I think that is what the parent here, what the person is saying tonight. There has to be some kind of accountability, and I think that when these reports come forward each year, or every, in this case, 2 years, that it should be something that says this is how the services were over the last couple of years.
Yes, ma'am. We'll provide that to you.
Mr. DeBeck.
I just have to go back to maybe an earlier concern, but now here we have a kid who's seriously emotionally disturbed, which is one of the categories under special education IEP. Now, I believe that if there was an IEP, that there would be services that would be required as a result of that IEP. And then we're saying that we have an agreement with the county to help provide those services, but they're funding it. then the question would be, let me finish the question. The question would be then, how can we guarantee to the parent that the revisions under the IEP are being followed because the county is in control of whether the services are provided or not? I mean, aren't we then responsible for providing those services, or are we just laying all mental health services off to the county and hoping that it'll be met?
There are a number of different ways that the county provides those mental health services. One way is by funding both our inpatient day treatment type of facilities that we have in the district, and then they also provide AB 2726, which are outpatient types of services. So I can provide you a full detail on the types of services that come through the county, and I'll also provide more information on the impacts of those services to you.
You're going to pull this item?
They are sufficient.
I'll be happy to pull this item and bring it back to you.
I think it ought to be, because I need to know what kind of assurances that a kid would have has that is designated SED and then has an IEP, and whether or not we then refer them to services, how we follow through to see those services ever happen.
Yes, sir. We'll bring you that information.
All right, thank you.
Just real quick, I mean, the question about accountability has to do with when you're reporting back to us, what are our options? I know the county provides the service through the 2726, but do we have an option? I mean, and as Mr. DeBeck was saying, we need to provide these services, and yet we're turning it over to them. I mean, do we have an option of going somewhere else?
They don't actually, we don't actually turn it over to them. They actually give us the funding to provide the services, with the exception of 2726, where they fund the service, and that's provided by, I believe, county providers and folks that are on a designated list.
Ms. Nakamura?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just concerned as I look at this list. I'm remembering what's coming down from Sacramento, and these are the very agencies that are having their budgets slashed, and very concerned about. Will you please come back quickly, because I know these organizations are already in a high state of anxiety. And get the information to us quicker rather than later.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try to get this information to you by the end of the week.
Okay, very good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next item is item I-30. We have one speaker, Christina Gomez-Holben. Oh, okay.
Christina Gomez-Holben, 3817 Palm Drive, Bonita, California, 91902. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Greer, I am Christina Gomez-Holben, President of St. Thomas Enterprises, Incorporated, a woman and minority-owned general contractor. My bid for Garfield High School tied the apparent low bidder, and I protested the award. I continue to believe that a strict interpretation of the contract documents would have resulted in an award to me. So I wanted to voice my concerns to you about the process and the outcome. I have 3 issues to bring to your attention. First, the district's determination at every level never responded to the basis of my protest. At the time of the bid, I followed the instructions to bidders, which required all listed subcontractors to be licensed in good standing on the Contractor State License Board website. I understood that language to prohibit the listing of subcontractors which did not meet that standard. The district allowed my competitor to use a subcontractor who was identified as suspended at the time of the bid, but whose license was retroactively reinstated. When I complained to the district, the district determined that the bidder had fulfilled the intent to ensure subcontractor licensure, and went so far as to say that if the subcontractor did not qualify, the prime bidder would be allowed to self-perform. I believe this decision is unfair and subverts the point of subcontractor listing, which in part is to prevent bid shopping and manipulation of the low bid. If you read the file, you will see that the district's focus is consistently on what I did or did not do, not, more to the point, whether Stevens improperly ignored the limits of the bid documents. Second, I understand this determination to mean that I too now can bypass the licensing language, and if I list an error, I can opt to self-perform, and I intend to use that strategy in the future. Third, like other speakers tonight, I feel that the tone of some of the communication from the staff in this matter was inappropriate and disrespectful to me. Certain behavior at the bid opening crossed the line of civility. My objection to the manner of the drawing lots was mocked with the suggestion that I might prefer arm wrestling or rock, paper, scissors. My questioning of the appearance of impropriety in this matter was described in official record documents as dishonest and insincere. Over more than 25 years as a woman in construction, I've borne the brunt of many unseemly and demeaning comments. I don't think I should have to bear them here. I dare say if I'd been someone with higher profile in the construction community, my comments might have received a more temperate response. I am grateful that the board has allowed me this last opportunity to bring the issues to your attention, and I look forward to being the low bidder using this new district standard in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting patiently.
Thank you. I do have a copy of my statement if it's necessary or helpful for the record. You want it or no? I'll give it to you.
Okay, we have item I-30. What is the board's pleasure?
Move approval.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any comments? Please vote. That passes 5-0. That concludes the consent agenda. Board members, we will adjourn upstairs to finish out our debriefing. I'm sorry, you were public comment. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. Public comment. We have one speaker, Bruce McGurr. Sorry, Bruce. She had to run over here and kiss me. And thank you for waiting patiently.
I don't mean to prolong the meeting anymore,
That's
but
okay.
I just thought as long as I stuck
It's all
around
right, your
this
last
long.
chance almost.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for hastening the agreement between the Administrators Association and the district and for approving or adopting our voluntary recognition agreement. But the other item I wanted to make sure that you were made aware of, there were some comments made about 5 hours ago regarding some perhaps some careless principals and some decisions that had been made by principals. I'm sitting in my office last Friday afternoon about 4:15. It was a pretty tough week for you guys too. I know that, but a lot of the decisions you made last Tuesday affected my school. And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking the last decision I'm going to make now is red or white when I get home. That's all I was thinking about. And then the phone rings, it's my budget analyst. She tells me that I have to make a decision in about 15 seconds to cut $28,000 out of my classified budget. I need to restore my library assistant. I said, I don't think I want to make that decision. She said, well, if you don't, your SIO will have to make it for you. And I said, okay, all right, what do we got to cut? She goes, well, take a look. So I cut my health tech, traded a health tech for a library assistant. About the time it took me to call my SIO and find out what was going on, and was told that she didn't know either, my budget analyst called back and said, I made a mistake. I'm thinking she rescinded her decision, but no, it wasn't her decision. She said, no, it was a library tech. You're a middle school. It's $40,000. You have to cut another 12. So I took 2 days out of my clerk typist position. I just wanted you guys to understand, I didn't have a Prop MM library. I got new classrooms, which were very nice. I must have missed it last Tuesday among all the other decisions. I assume that you reinstated or discovered that some of us did not
have librarians. That you had libraries, but you didn't have librarians.
Right.
Now, you have a library.
Well, I have a library inside my multi-purpose room.
Yeah, but it's a library. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we were told when we did our workbooks that the only position that was non-negotiable was the clerk, because the clerk does Zangle. But we were allowed to do a little horse trading with other positions. I just wanted you to know that, and if it were possible to have any flexibility at this point, I would ask for that. But it was a very, very last-minute decision. So I'm assuming that was the reason some of the principals went out today and had to tell some of their classified employees that they were reduced or eliminated. So as long as you guys knew that that was the result of some of those last-minute phone calls.
Well, I was surprised to hear that the sites had to take that decision. I thought we had done it. I thought it was like an allocation on a formula. So, if it's too bad because that wasn't made clear at the time that we voted. If that was the consequence, I still believe that every library should have somebody in it.
Well, we'd like to have that too.
And
we'd like to have 3 bodies in the office.
We just ensured that.
Okay.
But I didn't know it came out of your shorts. Instead, we should have probably had accepted it.
All right. Have a good evening.
Okay, again, thank everyone for coming. Have a good evening. Board members will go upstairs for 5 minutes.
He has the library. He first told me.